Hopefully it won't be as late as last night. Well, I was going to introduce you to, if they have any questions specific to that. Sounds good. When you want to play it? Or do you definitely want to talk about it? So I'll leave it open if they have questions on that.
Yeah, I feel like if they start asking questions.
I think the main thing is that one condition. I remember one. Is it safe to say that the basically play with the roof forms and the massing to get more variation and to reduce the overall height and uniformity of it. Is that kind of what we did?
Roxy.
Okay, let's call the meeting to order and start off with roll call.
Commissioner Tarnay. Here. Vice Chair Hall.
Here.
Chair Zabriskie.
Here.
Commissioner Riley.
Here.
Commissioner Gove is noted absent.
Okay, we're going to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. You're all welcome to join us. Okay. I pledge of allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we have two primary items on the agenda. Before we get to them, we're going to have an opportunity for general public comments and then approval of the minutes. In regard to the public comments we'll take at this time, anyone is welcome to stand up, come up to the podium, and comment on anything that is not on the agenda. So anything not having to do with the Village at Grace Crossing or the Development Code update is up for any kind of comments. Is there anyone who would like to make a general comment on any subject? Okay, seeing no one approaching the podium or no one standing up, we'll move on to approval of the minutes. We have two sets of minutes. First, we'll go over the July 8, 2019 minutes, or let me ask, does anyone have any corrections to make to the minutes? In that case, do I have a motion to approve those minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve the July 8th, 2019 minutes.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Commissioner Tarnay,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hall,
Yes.
Chair Zabriskie,
Yes.
Commissioner Riley,
Yes.
Commissioner Gove is noted absent.
Okay, now we're going to move on to the July 16, 2019 minutes, and we're going to go through the same procedure. Does anyone want to suggest any corrections to the minutes? Seeing no one wanting to do that, do I have a motion to approve them?
I'll make a motion to approve the July 16th, 2019 meeting minutes.
I will second again.
Thank you. Roll call.
Commissioner Tarnay,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hall,
Yes.
Chair Zabriskie,
Yes.
Commissioner Riley,
Yes.
Commissioner Gove is noted absent.
Okay, now we're going to open up the meeting to the public hearing on the application by regarding the Village at Grace Crossing. This is a continued hearing. This was on the agenda last month and we went through it. We're now, and we put it over to address some additional issues. Staff, Yumi, you can go ahead and
Good
bring us
evening.
up to date.
Good evening. We'll be talking about the Village at Grace Crossing. As Chair Zabriskie noted, this is a continuation from the July 16th meeting, so I'm not going to go over the same presentation I went through last time. Feels like yesterday. But we'll just be talking about the new stuff, new information submitted to you. So just to give you a quick background of vicinity, to show you where the project site is located, it's in the Grace Crossing specific plan area on the east side of 89 North, north of Hennis Flats, east of Frischman Hollow, and then you can see Grace Crossing Golf Course to the east. This includes 15 parcels in this area. Grace Crossing's it's noted as, it's in the Grace Crossing specific plan area. It's the Village Center District. The zoning district within the Grace Crossing specific plan is neighborhood commercial, and it's in the, as noted, in the Grace Crossing specific plan area of the general plan. Today, the applicants are requesting development permits for new non-residential structures that contain 7,500 square feet or more of total gross floor area and disturbance of 26,000 square feet or more of the site, establishing a hotel, live-work quarters, parks and playgrounds, convenience store, and gas station and car wash. There's also multifamily residential units proposed on the project. There's a tentative map to redescribe those 15 existing parcels and easements into 7 commercial lots, 3 common space, open space lots, 1 right-of-way lot, 24 townhomes, 21 condominiumized lofts, 1 residential fourplex with 4 condominiumized units, and then there's public improvements for frontages, on-site and off-site trails, a transit shelter, and a bus turnout, which is a new addition to this discussion today. And then a comprehensive sign program for a multi-tenant site. So tonight, the Planning Commission's role is to review the project, determine consistency, whether or not the project is consistent with the Grace Crossing specific plan. That is the governing document. The Grace Crossing specific plan has already been deemed consistent with the general plan. And the Commission's role is to ensure consistency with the design guidelines within the specific plan and to review the signage to ensure that it creates a uniform architectural statement. And then to acknowledge that the uses that they're proposing tonight are permitted by the Grace Crossing specific plan. So there are some revisions that the applicants have proposed since the last meeting. The hotel is remaining the same. It's still 83,000 square feet, 129 rooms with 5,000 square feet of conference center. 1 8-pump gas station. They have actually reduced the size of the convenience store from 2,800 square feet to 1,800 square feet. There is still a 756 square foot car wash. They're still proposing the 5 commercial buildings with 21 residential units above, the 24 attached single-family residential units called townhomes on your site plan, and then 1 fourplex on the western side of the property. Originally, the applicants were proposing 250 shared parking spaces. They then increased it to 255 parking spaces, and then in the most recent iteration, which was in your additional information on the website and sent to you, was they're proposing 268 parking spaces. They've also proposed additional landscaping and berming, and they're proposing a possible change to the bedroom count in 2 of the lofts above the northern commercial buildings. They've changed the townhome B design modifications, and then they're also proposing a school bus turnout on the south side of Hennis Road in the public right-of-way. The applicants will actually provide a more detailed description of the actual revisions. This was just an overview. So to give you a quick comparison between the changes that they're proposing, this is the original site plan next to the July 16th site plan, which is part of the current site plan is part of the additional information provided after the staff report was published. As you can see, there are some changes to the townhome configuration. The size of the convenience store has been reduced, and the size of 2 of the, I believe it's these 2, northern commercial buildings have been increased a little to accommodate for extra bedrooms. So this is the convenience store that shows the July 16th versus the August 20th proposal. As you can see, there are some modifications to this portion of the building. The northern commercial units, those 2 buildings that I pointed out, they've added an additional bedroom to this unit and increased it beyond about 280 square feet to accommodate that extra bedroom. I believe this is a deck, but we'd have to confirm with the applicant team. And then this is the townhome B proposal. On the right, you can see the previous version, and then on the left, you can see they've created an additional pop-out to create some variation in the building form. As noted in the previous presentation, there are some changes that we were proposing at the previous July meeting that we're still trying to incorporate into the resolution if the Planning Commission believes it's appropriate. We're proposing frontage improvements, a 10-foot wide trail from the bridge to connect on the north side of Hennis Road. And then we're proposing a new transit condition, which would require that they pay their fair share into the transit plan that was required for the Grays Crossing specific plan area. And then, as we discussed at the last meeting, the applicants are requesting that the Planning Commission allow for the uncoupling of the live-work units. And they are now proposing to use the lofts calculation, which is on a per square footage basis. And with the new square footage of those 2 commercial units to accommodate that extra bedroom, the actual parking requirement would be 269 parking spaces, which would require that they add an additional parking space, which I don't believe would be an issue for the applicant team. The purpose of going with the lofts calculation is to not be required to provide garage parking, enclosed parking for the loft units. The applicants, after we received a letter from TTUSD, the school districts, they've identified some existing safety issues at the bus stop on the southwest corner of Edwin Road and Hennis Road. They say that there are 17 stops that go to this location every day or during the school year. We turned that letter over to the applicant team and requested that they consider whether or not they would be interested in providing that bus turnout as a community benefit to help the neighbors out with an existing condition that is causing some issues for the neighborhood. So the applicant team has agreed to design and build the bus turnout on Hennis Road. So that would require a condition that we would then require that turnout be designed and located with the approval of the town engineer and TTUSD to look at the design specifications of that location. I've noted the public comment we received at the July 16th meeting. We also received verbal comment at the meeting, of course. And then I've identified the 21 public comments that we've received for this particular meeting. And as noted, there's 21. Most of them are concerned about traffic, pedestrian safety, the gas station, environmental review, and the site design of the project. So we could go into more detail if you'd wish, but you do have all of those public comments on your dais. As noted at the previous meeting, staff is proposing to use section 15183, finding the project consistent with a community plan per the California Environmental Quality Act. This means that the project would be exempt from further environmental review. You've received in your staff report packet a memo from BBK Law, the town's legal consultant. They provided an outline of what 15183 means and how that could be applied for this project or general projects in general. The Grays Crossing Specific Plan Environmental Review Environmental Impact Report was certified in February 2004, along with the specific plan when the specific plan was adopted. It found that it would not result in significant environmental impacts except for two items for which impacts were identified as significant and unavoidable, but overriding considerations were adopted at that time. As noted previously, if the Planning Commission does not find the project consistent with the general plan or the Grays Crossing specific plan, then additional environmental review would be required. I've identified a few more findings for section 15183. This is directly from the CEQA guidelines. So it says, in approving a project meeting the requirements of the 15183 section, a public agency shall limit its examination of environmental effects to those which the agency determines in an initial study or other analysis are particular to the project or the parcel on which the project would be located. Staff has found that there is nothing unique or peculiar about the parcels on which the project is located, which would distinguish such impacts from other parcels in Truckee. All effects of the project on the environment will be substantially mitigated by uniformly applied development policies or standards previously adopted by the town. Secondly, there were not, that the environmental effects were not analyzed as significant effects in a prior EIR on the zoning action, general plan, or community plan with which the project is consistent. Staff found that the EIR, the Grays Crossing Specific Plan EIR, analyzed the effects of development on the project site that is substantially similar and no less intense than the development now proposed as part of the project. Third, the environmental effects are potentially significant off-site impacts and cumulative impacts which were not discussed in the prior EIR prepared for the plan. Staff believes that the EIR addressed all reasonably foreseeable cumulative impacts, including without limitation traffic impacts. Staff notes that we provided you a revised draft resolution on your dais that identifies these findings within your, for this CEQA exemption. We would note that the CHP building that is currently being constructed was not originally identified as a project per the EIR. However, based off the EIR that was approved by the state of California, we found that they identified 28 PM peak hours per our general plan threshold requirements, and which is significantly lower than what we would anticipate would be the case for a project that would be a typical industrial or service commercial building that would otherwise be built on that site per our zoning ordinance. And then finally, the fourth finding for this exemption is that the environmental effects are previously identified significant effects which, as a result of substantial new information which was not known at the time of the EIR was certified, are determined to have a more severe adverse impact than discussed in the prior EIR. Staff believes there are no previously identified significant effects which are determined to have a more severe adverse impact than discussed in the EIR as a result of substantial new information which was not known at the time the EIR was certified. We also note that the most recent traffic analysis that the town has completed for the community-wide, which assumes the build-out of the village and the community center, church, and school were all constructed and existing during that time for the traffic impact analysis. And the study found that the intersections near the project site operate at an acceptable level of service per our general plan requirements. So based off of these findings, staff believes that using section 15183 is appropriate as long as the Planning Commission agrees that the project is consistent with the specific plan. So tonight, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission find the project exempt from further environmental review pursuant to section 15183, adopt resolution 2019-17, approving the following actions: approving the development permit, the tentative map, and the comprehensive sign program with the proposed amendments within the staff report for the conditions of approval and the project description discussed today, which include the bus turnout in the right-of-way on the south side of Hennis Road, whatever the parking spaces the Planning Commission decides to approve today, and then the convenience store changes that the applicants have proposed in the reduction of square footage from 2,800 to 1,800 square feet. Some alternatives to consider, as always: you can continue the public hearing to a date and time certain. The Planning Commission may request additional information from the applicant and/or staff. You can add or modify the conditions or deny the project on the basis that one or more of the required findings cannot be made. And if the Planning Commission does choose to take action tonight, the appeal period would end on August 30th at 5 p.m. Any questions?
Thank you, Yumi. What we'll do next is have the applicant's presentation, then we'll go to public comments, and then the applicant will have an opportunity to reply to the general comments, and then those of us up here on the dais will then have an opportunity to ask questions of the staff and the applicant's team. So, is the applicant ready?
Yeah. If I can approach Commission Chair, I just want to give some additional copies to the Commission.
Yes.
The perspective that we can talk about.
Does staff have a copy?
I have one extra for that. I do.
Is this already in the record somewhere, something like this?
Yeah, we just brought it tonight. We thought it would be an additional helpful tool that you might want to, that we could talk about.
Is it just for illustrative purposes?
Exactly. Exactly. Well, good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. I'm Martin Wood with SCO Planning and Engineering. And as like at our other meeting, we brought basically our whole team here. We've got the ownership group. We've got both sets of architects, Walton Architecture as well as Dale Cox Architects. And we're available to, answer any questions after we go through our short presentation here. I'll try not to be duplicative because you're very aware of the project now, but I want to just touch on a few highlights. Let's see here. Okay, so as we looked at the last meeting, this is just a quick side-by-side of the original 2004 specific plan approved site plan with our proposed site plan adjacent. And really what we've taken the opportunity with this last 30-day continuance is we heard some of your comments. You guys were starting to deliberate and ask, some good pertinent questions to the project. There was some comments by the public as well as our additional review, and we took the opportunity. You can always make a project better, and we took the time to do that. So Yumi touched on some of those items, and I just want to kind of go through that. One thing, just to make sure we're just absolutely clear and consistent with the specific plan, we reduced the size of the gas station to match the square footage that was identified in the specific plan. So we reduced that down to 1,800 square feet. And additionally, the canopy, the pump canopy, we're held to a maximum of 8 pumping locations. We've reduced the canopy size a little bit to fit that, make it just a little bit smaller and more fitting with that. And what I just passed out to you is an illustrative view of what the gas station might look like from Highway 89. And one thing we talked about at the last meeting that I think was pretty significant that doesn't necessarily on these flat picture slides really show is there's a significant amount of tree cover that's within the state right-of-way. So there's a lot more trees that are off our project additionally that screen and kind of tuck this village concept back into the site. Additionally, one of the things we heard, and I think it was from you, Chair, you wanted 2-bedroom affordable housing units in addition to the 1-bedroom, and we took the opportunity. We worked with Jen Loving from Clairwalton Architecture to revise the 2 buildings at the very north end of the site plan and integrate in a couple of 2-bedroom units. So we'll be able to have, a combination of 1 and 2-bedroom units that'll be dispersed amongst 4 different buildings in and around the village. So it's in more places and different sizes. And really our goal with the project through the whole thing is to provide a lot of variety in housing options for all people in Truckee, at different income groups, different sizes. And we think a lot of these, we're excited about the lofts and especially in the fact that we think those are going to be kind of affordable just by their size and their nature, even in the market condition. But we are, as before, proposing the 9 deed-restricted units. As Yumi also talked about, we went through, there's different ways of calculating parking, and we kind of went back and we thought it was most prudent just to be ironclad that trying to be consistent with the specific plan. We added in a few more parking spaces based on the loft definition, and I think we came up with 268 or 168. I think maybe it's a rounding thing, but she came up with 169. We're happy to add one more additional space, not a problem. And then also one of the comments in the conditions before was condition 19, and there was a concern of staff. It basically said, it was really a concern about massing of the types of units along the golf course, those townhomes over there, Unit B in particular. And again, Jen Loving from Walton Architecture did some additional elevation work and adjustment of the roof line and the massing and the form to really give a lot more variety in the view from the golf course and that park area with the Unit B. So I think we've got some really good improvements there, and we think that satisfies that condition that staff had brought up at the last hearing. And then the other thing that we think is a huge improvement, I know there was a lot of public comment on the concerns, and I had never seen it firsthand, but hearing about this bus and how many times it stops in front there and impacting traffic. Well, there was a letter that was received from the school district, and we talked to our client, the owner, and he basically said, hey, what's it going to cost? I think we could do that. So he's agreed to basically do the turnout lane. Wouldn't be on our property, it'll be in the Hennis right-of-way. But we could probably design something there that provides a good bus turnout and really makes that whole situation, aside from the project, safer for the bus coming in there and getting out of the traveled way. So this is gives you an idea of the new elevations and the pump canopy with the reduced size, very similar to before, but smaller, a little bit, as you see from the drawings I passed out. It's kind of screened back in there. You're going to have a pretty good view from, I think, the roundabout, but I think from the other vantage points, there's a lot of trees out there that will screen, and with the type of lighting standards that we have in Truckee with downlights and shielded, we think it's going to be a really good amenity that's needed in Truckee. This, I'll just briefly touch on it, but again, this is the reworked 2 buildings at the very north end along Prosser Dam Road, where the architecture group here reworked to get that additional bedroom on those units. Per your suggestion, we think that's a good thing to offer 2-bedroom units in addition to the 1-bedroom and the affordable restricted units. So loft parking, again, I don't want to beat it to death, but we calculated a bunch of different ways. We felt safer to go the way that we did now, and I think we're within one of what staff is recommending or calculating as well. And we feel that's in line with what the specific plan is requiring. And I think that's probably the main thing I just want to touch on. Also, I just can't say enough about, we think the lofts, again, not only the ones that are deed restricted, but the market rate ones are a home run for Truckee. I mean, we think those are going to be the less expensive, affordable units by design. And with that, one of the things that kind of came up at the last meeting right before the hearing that we were kind of, it was one of those things, every hearing always has something, but that kind of came out of garages right before the hearing. And we went back and we looked at the specific plan, and I mean, that's really what our goal is to be in alignment with that and make it a better project. And there was no requirement for garages before for the lofts, and neither was there an expectation of coupling of those units to where the person that lives in the unit has to operate a business or work in a business below. We just don't think that's a reasonable recipe for success, if you will. So we're asking that we continue the lofts being affordable by design, and with that, we have the adequate parking, but we do not want to provide garages. That wasn't anticipated in the original specific plan, and we think it detracts away from the layout that we have currently. So here's some quick elevations just to give you some views of what it might look like from the different vantage points along the golf course. Again, I think we've done a nice job in the sense of a lot of variations with a mountain modern architecture, but variations in materials and the roof lines and the depiction along the golf course. You saw this one at the last meeting, but again, a quick elevation of what A1 looks like. There hasn't been any change from the last meeting to this meeting on that one. There's A2 again, the elevation. And this was the unit. On the left is the original one for Unit B. I think Yumi had a similar slide. So the original one is on the left, and the revised massing and change of the roof line and kind of lowering that second level down, and just providing a lot more variety. We're excited about these type of units along the golf course. We think that's going to be in keeping with the neighborhood. That was really one of the main goals starting this project, is we really didn't want to detract. There's some beautiful homes in all phases of Gray's Crossing, and the owner at a very early stage wanted some really nice architecture that would be pleasing along the golf course corridor and keeping with the high quality homes that are in the neighborhood. And this is the same as before, townhome unit C. And here's the fourplex. I mean, it's basically the same as before. We did slightly shift it south when we added a couple of additional parking stalls. That was one of the areas that we got a handful of additional parking stalls. Again, it has a presence right onto the street. We think that kind of draws your eye on, it creates a narrower feel, I think, on the street where you have units that are close in proximity. It also has a crossing that is immediately aligned to the large park area that we created in that amenity. So it has that connectivity to the other residential units. And we think this is going to be a great 4 units for the development. So just to kind of summarize some of the things that we talked about before, we think, this is a great proposal. It's in keeping with the original specific plan. We think we improved on some of the original approvals that the other planning commissions and council did all that hard work back in 2008 with the last approval, and 2004 prior. I think we've met the intent and also tried to make the project better. This project has a lot of good amenities in sense of trails, not only from the south connecting. We were conditioned for that one segment to basically cross Hennis Roads or go up along Hennis Road to create that crossing. And we have a trail network along the golf course. We connect to Prosser Dam Road to the north. And we have additional trails that we're providing through the public park amenity areas, and a lot of decorative asphalt or stamped concrete, and really creating a pedestrian feel, I think, amongst the different buildings and architecture throughout the plan. So in conclusion, we think, we thought at the last meeting this was absolutely consistent with the specific plan, but we went one step further in trying to really dot our I's, cross our T's on some of those issues, in reducing the size of the gas station to that exact square footage, improving upon some of those things such as the 2-bedroom units. We think this is, this is where you want development. This is an infill development. There's millions of dollars put into the amount of infrastructure that went in, to allow Hennis Flats and the affordable housing that was built originally. And this is where you want development to happen. It was already thought out. It was already planned for, the main roadway and all the infrastructure, like I said, already installed. And we're really just trying to build out a good project, but we've tried to make it better in the process. And we're excited about it for your consideration. And with that, we're available to answer any questions you might have. I'll just touch real quick before I walk away. I think that gives you a pretty good view of what the gas station from Highway 89 would look like. And we're available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. You'll have an opportunity to come back and we'll have questions for you. Okay, now what we'll do is go to general comments. This is where people who want to comment on this particular project will have 3 minutes each to express your position, provide us with guidance. We welcome both opinions and facts. We'd like to see the opinions supported by facts, but you have 3 minutes to say what you want to say about the project in a civil manner. What I'd appreciate is if those of you who want to speak would line up against the first wall, and at the beginning of your comment, please state your name.
David Hennig, resident on Hennis Road. So I want to say on this one, I've been critical in the past, but my compliments to all parties on conducting a very open process, sensitive to community issues, even if not necessarily giving the community everything they might want. I mean, there's still some things from prior meetings, but and there's still a little bit of a skew towards the transient side versus village, but the size reduction in the convenience store, the architecture, and all the things that they have done, again, it's been a very good and take process, so I'm supportive of that. The fact that they stayed current on their taxes and didn't default on their Mello-Roos, and we know that's an issue out there. I think that all other things equal, that kind of, I think, owes them a little bit of grace or something like that. And, I still have my concerns on the gas station, but I think some of the things so far, and I think it's just really imperative that if we were to go forward, that all the things that staff has recommended, Yumi, relative to the sidewalk, the turnout, I think that those need to hopefully get prioritized in the build out so that we get those things early on before the traffic starts picking up. One comment, I mean, maybe this data is out there, but at some point I think that someone should present, and not necessarily the developer, but maybe PUD, that once we convert from open land to what they're currently paying for Mello-Roos, what is the tax calculation, and are we at least neutral, if not better, in terms of the Mello-Roos allocation to the hotel and to all those different units? And at the meetings I've been at, I have not seen what this is going to look like in the future, but that would not be a reason not to go forward with the project, but I think is something that needs to just kind of come up so that we all sort of know, because some of us are working on that other overall project. So with that, I just want to say I appreciate the council allocating so much time and just all the give and take on this thing. I really felt this one was robust, and I thank everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Herrick.
My name is David Connor. Me and my wife Susan live on Hennis, and we're Dave's neighbor, and I agree with everything he said so far. I just want to add a few comments. It concerns safety, because I know that in the future you want to add more affordable housing. And I'm not against the project, I'm not against affordable housing, but it'll put more kids right across from the convenience store. And you know what children do, they like to run over to convenience stores all the time. And we go back to the original plan all the time. We talk about the original plan, and where was the gas station located in the original plan? And I believe it was to the north side. And now you've moved it close to the apartments across the street. Rumor has it is you want to add hopefully an additional 100 units to the Hennis Flat apartments, and that's going to add more kids, and we got more safety concerns. Now, to me, they say Caltrans will not allow you to make a turn into the complex in about 150 yards past Hennis roundabout. It makes more sense, but I don't know if we just keep letting Caltrans say no, 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 but do we somehow reason with them? Because it makes way more sense for the safety of children to have a turnoff right off of 89. If you go out there and look, you'll see there already is plenty of width to it, and there's actually blacktop started, to which would make a perfect turn into the village. So that's what I'd like you to keep in mind is go back to the original plan. Where was the gas station? Was it right across from the apartment? The other thing is, in the original plan, did you have all these walking trails where there's going to be people walking across to this complex? They walk through the roundabout, and if you've ever been in the neighborhood, when people start to walk in the roundabouts, guess what? All the traffic has to stop. Otherwise, somebody gets hurt. And I don't know if that was thought out, or was that in the original plan in 2004? Because there are a lot of people now walking, and they're going to put in a park that's open to the public. That's going to draw more kids across the street. And so I would like you to at least consider somehow moving the gas station back to its original site. Thank you.
Commissioners, my name is Steve Bauman, and I'm representing the Grays Crossing Master Association homeowners. We had a meeting as recently as August 11th where we heard from our homeowners, and I put in my comments some of their comments. You've also will hear their individual comments as well, and you've received some. So I won't go into that. The one thing I'll do is echo what Dave said. The process, when we first got on this this parade, I guess, a while ago when we first learned about it, we thought things were not going to go the way they have, but because of Yumi and her wonderful work and the developers and their wonderful work, Martin, everybody, and you commissioners listening to us, everyone feels very gratified and very listened to. That being the case, of course, I represent all the homeowners, so I will give you the points of view that are not quite to our what we would consider, a fully acceptable project. And they really revolve around the same kinds of issues that the Unified School District brought up in their observations of traffic and the safety of our kids and the safety of the pedestrians, the bikers, and the whole idea that this is really a place where lots of people are living now. No one was living there when this thing came up in 2004. 160 people are in homes right now in Grays Crossing. There is another, almost 200 homes that will be built. So we really are worried about that, and we really do have our doubts about how the EIR from 2004 is working, since when we look at the data, for example, Yumi quoted a study that was done recently, was done during school recess. And recess is not necessarily the time when you're going to see all the kids, right? We have 17 pickups a day. I've witnessed it many times when it backs up, and it gets to be a traffic problem. So, of course, we're backing the Unified School District's approach to this, and we're very gratified, again, to see the developers are stepping up. And a lot of these issues that we're seeing are not about the village per se, it's about that intersection, and I think it's very important that whatever we do today, we start a pattern that carries over to the parcel D development, because many people have given me the comment that they contemplate, if you add, whatever, 100 more families in that area with the correct amount of parking, et cetera, we can't believe that traffic is going to be, it is going to be under control, if you will, and safe for our kids. And that's the most important thing on everyone's mind. So bottom line, I'm representing a homeowner, so I think I get 6 minutes. But bottom line, we would like to see a new environmental impact study. We think that we're missing something here, because our experience on a day-to-day basis is not matching the data that the town is producing. We're not trying to cast aspersions here. We think the town's doing a great job. We just think that we need that environment study. And I just remind everybody that the charter of the town of Truckee is that all the affairs and concerns or performance of which is unique to the benefits of the citizens of the town of Truckee. We're the citizens. Please listen to us.
Thank you, Mr. Baumann, and the additional minutes are because you're representing the HOA. We prefer that people not boo, and by the same token, we prefer that you not clap. It's just, I think things will go more smoothly if we try to contain our enthusiasm or disgust and try not to express it. Okay, please state your name.
All right, I'm Deborah Gray. I live on Riley Court in Gray's Crossing. Good evening. A lot of what I came up here to say has been very nicely said by the previous gentleman, but what I am most concerned about is the lack of evidence that the town has really considered and investigated an impact on our infrastructure that all the combined developments that are in place right now will have on our infrastructure, particularly the roads. These development plans include the Coburn Crossing, which is well underway, Frischman Hollow expansion, the downtown development, the village, Lot D, the cottages, Lot F, and further away within Truckee is the proposed Jabome development, Canyon Springs off Martis Peak Road, Truckee Springs Master Plan. All of these are going to affect our roads, and what is very frightening to me is our egress in the case of a wildfire. The town is refusing to do a new EIR relative to the village development. The one that's being used is from 2004, and it has to be outdated considering the amount of growth that was just commented on that's taken place in this area. This new EIR should be done considering the village and all the projects planned in this area, not just the village. Regarding the village, thank you. You've obviously really tried to meet the community's wishes, but I am still opposed to the hotel and the gas station. There are already 5 hotels and 2 more in process between downtown North Star and Gray's Crossing. And as far as the gas station goes, this is going to draw an immense amount of traffic to the Hennis Roundabout that has already been pointed out is going to be severely compromised with the new developments proposed. Not just the village, but all these additional projects that are underway. So I really would like to see another EIR. Please give the tax-paying residents in this community consideration on the impact on their quality of life when you're thinking about approving developments in this small area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gray.
Hi, my name is Kathy Eccles. I'm not affiliated with any organization. I'm just a concerned citizen. I don't live in the area. I live in Glenshire. I first thank you, commissioners, for all the work you do for our town. It's very much appreciated. I urge the Commission to require a new environmental impact report for the village at Gray's Crossing. The last review was over 15 years ago. Truckee has grown and changed in that time period. The original EIR is not adequate to address the environmental concerns of today. It's irresponsible to approve a project with an EIR that old with all the changes that have taken place. I feel that if an adequate EIR is done, some of the following issues may be addressed. First, in my opinion, there's no more need for housing for part-time residents or visitors. If townhomes or condos are approved on this parcel, they should be restricted to local full-time residents. This is consistent with the intent of some of the new housing solutions discussed in the housing element of the new general plan. We need to provide housing for our workforce and our community, and we should not add more housing for visitors before we address our local housing deficiency. Also, I think there's no need for another large hotel. For traffic reasons, our infrastructure is not adequate for this increase in traffic. For quality of life reasons, the impact of another hotel and conference center, as well as more housing for visitors, will create a huge impact on our town resources. Our commercial and recreational amenities in the area are already impacted due to increase in our visitors. For housing reasons, the town is already in an extreme deficit in workforce and low-income housing. The hotel, conference center, and commercial space will create an employee need much greater than just the lofts or the 9 restricted units. For safety reasons, the emergency evacuation from this area of town is very problematic now, and because of one main evacuation route, more population will increase these problems. As far as the gas station, car wash, and convenience store, this is a residential area, and for environmental reasons, it's adjacent to a 100-year floodplain. It'll also introduce more greenhouse gas emissions into the environment. For traffic reasons, it'll create traffic in a residential area and close to the middle school. And for safety reasons, it is near the middle school where children walk, ride bikes, and wait for the buses. I urge you to do what is right for Truckee as a community. We can no longer approve projects for the economic gain of developer or for commercial interests. We need to make decisions that will head our town back towards a cohesive, vibrant, and local community. Thank you for all your work.
Thank you, Mrs. Eccles.
Hi, my name is Christina Temple, and I'm a resident of Prosser Lakeview, just on the other side of the hill from Grace Crossing. And forgive me, I'm not very versed in all these. I'm a newer resident to Truckee. I've only been here not quite 2 years, but I've kind of thrown myself into Truckee life and what's going on in our environment and in our town. Some of my big concerns regarding Grace Crossing is ensuring smart growth and not just growth for growth's cause. My main concern is also the hotel. I applaud both the developers and the council for all their hard work up to this point. However, as a mother, as a town resident, and someone who has been stuck on 89 numerous times due to construction, snow, and or holiday traffic, my big concern is a mass of over 100 guests leaving a hotel in an emergency situation, and there is no proper egress for Prosser Lakeview Estates or East Chahoe-Donner. So I would hate for my family to end up like Paradise, and all my neighbors in Prosser. Our only other options to get out of Truckee if we are stuck are to go northbound on 89, and there is no direct access, and the likelihood of a hot wildfire coming is more than likely going to be in the Russell Valley area, so we can't really drive toward the fire to get away. My other concern was also for the students at Alder Creek. I am happy to see the new bus configuration that eased a lot of my concerns. However, many children from Prosser Lakeview do ride their bikes to school. That's one of the benefits of living in Prosser. You don't have to get on the bus if you don't need to. So what we would like to see is also another environmental impact report, given that the current one is 15 years old. Just for scope, 15 years ago, I was still in college. So living at my parents' house. A lot can happen in 15 years. So if we could I would urge the council to look into a new environmental impact report that is more current with the current trends of Truckee, including the extra 2,000 residents that have moved to Truckee since the original report. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen Jones, and we are new residents up in the Bluffs. And I'm not literally opposed to the gas station. My biggest concern is the traffic that goes up 89 from, let's say, May through October is boats, RVs, campers heading out to go vacationing. I don't know how you're going to get an RV to pull around that Hennis Flat roundabout and make that tight turn into that gas station. And you can't tell me that those people aren't going to want to stop there and get gas on the way up. Then in the winter, you've got the OHV and the ski mobiles and all the stuff that goes on at Prosser in the winter. Same thing, you're going to have a lot of people trying to use that gas station who have larger vehicles that are going to have to make that hard right turn. Then they're going to have to make a very hard left turn onto Edwin. That's a tiny little turn to make in a big RV. So give some consideration to that as well.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Hello, my name is Dan Dickerman, and I live in Grays Crossing. I've written the details of my opposition to this project, and so will avoid repeating those here. I also want to thank the Town Planning Office for their many months of work in helping this developer try to conform their plan to our neighborhood's guidelines. To the developer's point on the school bus stop, please work with the school district to understand how two-way traffic is stopped when loading buses or unloading, even when using a pullout. To the earlier comment about the location of gas pumps, there have been earlier versions of plans which show gas pumps closer to Hennis, but no plan until the present-day proposal has included anything on this scale or in such proximity to residents by adding a car wash and convenience store into that complex. This project still leaves me with a list of concerns too long to fit in within 3 minutes. I'm also very concerned that this developer is somehow misinterpreting the community's feedback. We have voiced concern that a convenience store is not a reasonable replacement for a mid-sized market such as found in Glenshire, Tahoe, Donner, and yet the C-store square footage is now reduced. We are concerned that there is too much gas pumping capacity, creating 24-hour lighting and attracting traffic to our neighborhood, and they responded by reducing the canopy. We are concerned about 90 decibels of noise generated by the addition of a car wash near people's homes, yet without any measurements of mitigation, this piece is somehow intractable. The whole is not the same as the sum of its parts, and each piece has to be examined in the context of the broader development. If the developer were to propose an art center as a previously allowed use in the form of an outdoor amphitheater, I would expect the town to impose similar noise restrictions and proof of concept studies to those required for a car wash, even though neither were detailed in the 2004 specific plan. Neither did either the 2004 or 2008 plans locate residences overlooking anything which would create the noise that this developer is proposing. The bottom line is that we are asking the developer to do unto others as they would have done unto them. Many residents have expressed clearly that we don't want this portion of this plan built on our doorstep at our community's entrance. And if you felt similarly strongly about a development near a home, you would want the developer to listen.
Thank you, Mr. Dickerman.
Good evening, Chair Zabriskie and fellow planning commissioners. Alexis Aller, Mountain Area Preservation. I submitted a letter at the last hearing requesting additional environmental review and really calling into question a 15-year-old EIR. The EIR is inadequate in our belief, and the environmental setting has changed. The CHP building was not envisioned at that site and is a more intense use than the assumption of commercial development in the EIR, as well as Coburn Crossing, which also has an assumption of commercial, which now has a more intense use with housing and the hotel. The cumulative analysis, traffic, greenhouse gas analysis, and air quality contained within the analysis done in a 2003 EIR certified in 2004 is inadequate, and the environmental setting has changed. It's also important to note that the specific plan envisioned a village to provide neighborhood services not only for Gray's Crossing but the surrounding neighbors. The current application in front of you is inconsistent with this vision. The proposed development is focused on transient use and highway commercial development. That is not what the specific plan envisioned 15 years ago. A gas station and hotel of this scale will attract more vehicles off the highway, adding more traffic to an already impacted area. Roadways are already experiencing level of service issues during peak season, which needs additional environmental review. There are also public safety issues that have been brought up by current residents and surrounding residents that have not been addressed, which also need review. Other items to take into consideration tonight are the discussion of the increased density within the specific plan amendments, which is ongoing. The idea of transferring density from Upper McIver to Frischman Hollow 2, which was discussed at the Town Council's housing element hearing just last week, I believe, as well as a general plan update economic analysis, which is also currently being pursued, which may call into question the market health for additional hotels and potentially the gas station. We urge you tonight to require additional environmental review as the environmental setting has changed and the project before you is inconsistent with the vision of the village for Gray's Crossing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Aller.
Hi, my name is Sarush Rahimian, hopeful future resident, owner of 3 properties in Gray's Crossing. The thing that comes to mind for me, I don't know all the details. I apologize for not being at the previous meeting, and I'm just learning all this, so bear with me. When we bought our properties in Gray's Crossing, we accepted there's a Melrose. We know that the abundance of properties that were available for purchase was largely because the market had taken a downturn. And so here we are on the cusp on the peak of what seems like a development real estate period after 10 years, and we're finally seeing a steady clip of homes being built and whatnot. My only question is what happens to the property owners at Gray's Crossing and all of us if this doesn't go through? Does it become a half-built ghost town as we've seen all over the country after the last economic downturn? So that's just the question that comes to my mind. And how is this guaranteed to be seen through to completion where you're not left with a bunch of undeveloped land? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Iranian.
Hi, this is Mary Beadle. I live here. I have something completely different. I've done women's health for like 22 years as a family nurse practitioner as well. When I think of this project, I think, what are you all thinking? You're going to have a hotel with 100 rooms. You're going to have residents, and then you're going to have so-called affordable housing. I don't buy that for a minute, but if so, those people that are going to afford to live in there and all the children you're talking about, are you kidding me? You have transients coming not only to the gas station, but you have the hotel. You have teenagers. You have young women. I see this as a real problem. I see a lot of drunk people here, transient people, wealthy people, drunk out of their minds. I see poor people drunk out of their minds. I see people over from Incline, young men coming over being really stupid. And you're putting this huge hotel with residential people and a lot of children, especially teenage boys and girls. In the light of all the internet and things we've been looking at, I don't see any teenagers here, but, I do know human behavior. And I think that combination is craziness. It's craziness. You're going to have people coming, they're going to stay 2 or 3 days. You don't even know what's going on, and you won't know what's happening to the girls, particularly for another 10 years or so. When you see this happening, then you will go, oh, God, she said that. Duh. This is a lot of people. And then you're going to have kids coming and standing at the bus stations and people staying in the hotel. Then the other thing that bugs me, and I will stop, is all those people with affordable housing are not going to have anything to cover their cars. Not a whole garage, but even just, I didn't hear anything about a covered. And then you're going to have 200 cars with tons of snow like last winter. What are they going to do with that? Oh, that's going to be a real picnic, you know? Who's going to take care of that? Oh, these affordable home people are going to have to dig themselves out with 200-something cars? Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. B.
Good evening. My name is Christine Denier. I live in the Prosser Lakeview, and I've been a resident here for 307,000 days. No, no. Well, 35 years. And so one thing I like. One thing is, it's not the question that architects and all you people are doing terrific jobs, building, creating things, doing things. Let's put it here, you know, let's put them there, let's put them there. But I think it really is to remember, where did you guys come from? Who was born here out of you guys, or out of you guys over there? Most of us came to this town. 35 years ago, I came to this town. Why? Well, it was a job, but I was very glad that it was a small community. And that there were trails. This, I don't know if you guys ever seen, but if you should start taking some hikes right now, because it is profusely filled with wildflowers everywhere. And wildflowers up to here, all over. And all I keep thinking of is, we take those away, it's easy. You get you know what the weapons of mass destruction are? Sorry to say, my husband's a carpenter, is excavators, plows. There they are. They take that away. You are not going to see. We will not see that again. I think it's time for us as a community, you guys and whoever else works with you, is to think, what are some of the issues here for us now? It's not that, oh yeah, it's a nice building. Oh yeah, there's a lot of tourists come. Oh yeah, we'll have some more money here. What do we really want? Where do we live? We do not live in the cities. I came from a big city, Los Angeles. Why did I end up moving? After I went back to realize asphalt, concrete windows. What do they create? Heat. If you have thought about it, taking out all the trees to where grocery outlet is, all the trees where Rayleigh's is, all the trees where it's going to become here. Have you felt the heat? Have you seen that there's so much more exposed? We live in another area of the world. And I think that's the biggest issue, is to think about that. And as a good friend Julia wrote, when will the town sprawl end? Will we keep creeping up and out? Will there be no limits to the concept of enough? I know this is money, but when do we look at the money and maybe use the money in a way that helps promote us from coming to where we would like to be? Will we take a deep look at the big picture and fight to preserve the beauty for which this area is renowned? Besides, we all know that the trees help us breathe. Will we push out the legendary Lorax from our town too? So think about it. It's important. Thank you.
Christine, can I get your last name again?
Yes, Denier. D-U-N-E-R. Looks like Dunner, but I'm not Dunner than Dunn.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Andy Brown, and I'm a homeowner at Gray's Crossing. I would like to thank the members of the HOA and my new neighbors that I've gotten to meet for being quite eloquent tonight and diplomatic in this process. I may be less diplomatic. I do apologize in advance. I think this is a crazy idea for lots of reasons. I grew up in a small town of 10,000 people. I lived in Carlsbad, California, went from 30,000 to 115,000. So I've seen both sides of this. This is, by all definitions, one of the, I think, craziest things I've seen. And I'll put in a couple different components, but I'll share it first through a story and why I think this is a disappointment of a development to me. My wife and I went for a bike ride in the neighborhood. It was one of the things we loved about the neighborhood was all the biking trails. And I'll never forget the moment we saw the sign, the Village at Gray's Crossing. And we're like, this is awesome. We can walk to go get food. Well, maybe let's open an ice cream store here. Maybe a chopped salad place. Something for the neighborhood. That'll be perfect. So you can imagine the emotions we went through when we found out it was an AM/PM gas station, a Hyatt, and a conference center. And so like that to me is just pure shock and a little bit of, so I'd say, as I go through the list of things that I just think are crazy about this, I think it's crazy to take the third busiest gas station in Truckee and put it in a residential neighborhood. You should have access off the 89. If you can't get access off the 89, maybe it doesn't go there. I think it's crazy that there's nothing for the community. I mean, like, people are dying. People live here because they want to walk and bike to places. And to build, like, it's just nuts. It's crazy to put a hotel not near anything. People here, like, you either want to go skiing or you want to go to the lake. Maybe for 2-3 months a year, people want to go to gas, but it means people are going to be in cars. So you're putting a hotel literally where you have to go somewhere. So you're just adding cars in a very inconvenient place. I think that for the people that live in Grays, this is like a 100% tax in that we get all of the negatives, and there is no actual benefit to us. If the benefit is my gas station's a little closer, you can keep it. Like what you're hearing tonight is absolute organ rejection by a community. We're not interested. Like this is like where people are like, I drove 5 hours. I spent hours writing this stuff. I don't want to be here tonight. I've got a full-time job. I'm really busy. But like this is like deeply emotional. And I think what you're hearing is that this speaks to the soul of what the community wants to be. And that's why that's why there's so many people show up. Like we were strangers a few months ago. This community has now come together and become very strong. I now know a lot of my neighbors, so I guess that is the upside. I picked Grays Crossing because I wanted to get to know neighbors and not live in Martis or La Hunt or something like that. And so the good news is I now know a lot of my neighbors. The bad news is I still think this project's crazy. I do appreciate that the developer's trying to do the right thing and try to live by what they acquired, and I'm super sensitive to that. But I think we have to live with the results, and I just ask that we think about this for the next 20 years, and EIR seems like a no-brainer from my perspective. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
As the developer, can I make a comment here?
If you state your name, please.
Jim Abate. You know, my brother and I got involved with this project. We came across this piece of property, and we looked at the way the planning department and the city had zoned this and set the whole thing up over the last 20 years. And we looked at it and we liked the project. We by and large liked the way the city had set this up. We liked the original plans that were put in place, which didn't come to fruition because of the downturn in the economy. It included a gas station, it included some condominiums, it included a hotel. We weren't looking for a project. We found this project, and based on what the city had said was acceptable here, we took it on. Now, I can understand if the city right now, people are saying they don't like this project, they don't like the way it's laid out. But this is 15, 20 years of planning department of the city that put this together. And I have to tell you, I feel a bit shanghaied because, again, I wasn't looking for this project. My brother and I come up here and we go skiing and we bring our families up here, and we came across this and thought, hey, I like this project, and I like that the city has already, in their plan, put it in place. They just need somebody who has the vision and some resources to come in and bring it to fruition. So what I would say is you're always going to find somebody who doesn't like a project or likes a project. But we have planning departments that put things in place so that things like this don't happen. So that somebody like myself or my brother don't come in here and put millions of dollars into something to find out that now all of a sudden we were just kidding, which is kind of what everybody's saying right now. This is the way we want it. We're going to put this in place. It's been like this for 15 years, but now that we have somebody who's actually put it on the line, we're going to pull the rug out from under them because we really didn't want it. We were just kidding. I think it's a bit disingenuous, and I would ask to give some consideration to, we're playing by the rules. We're making some concessions. We're doing the best we can, but we're playing by the rules that were put in place here over the last 15 years. Give us some consideration also, because we can't read minds. If I'd have known the way this is going down right now, 3-4 years ago, I'd have never put this plan in place. I wouldn't want to fight it. But I can't read your minds. I can only read what the planning department and the city puts in place for me. And as far as I know, this project conforms. And I think that's the consideration that needs to be taken on this.
Thank you, Mr. Abadi. Is there anyone else who would like to make a public comment? In that case, the applicant will now have, I believe, is it 15 minutes or 5? 5 minutes to respond, and then we'll go to commission questioning.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to go through some of this. I first want to say we've had some really, I think, great discussions. I think you heard that early on in some of the HOA and some of the neighbors that had some real concerns with this project early on, and we met with them, and we really tried to keep the town document intact, the specific plan, but tweaking things and modifying things to make the project better. You know, we've heard the concerns of, well, let's go through some of the things here. You know, we had some concerns at the last meeting and all along the way about, you know, conforming. Some people were for the gas station, some people didn't want the gas station, some people were indifferent on it. But the specific plan says to put in a gas station. And it said 1,800 square feet, and we conformed with that document. And to one point, one of the neighbors asked about where was it originally. The 2004 specific plan had the gas station at the south end of the village. And from an analysis, a market analysis, and for gas stations, that makes sense. You wouldn't want to make people, we all talk about greenhouse gases and driving trip lengths and different things. It makes sense for the gas station, if it's built, to be put at the south end of the project near that southern roundabout. Why make a large percentage of the people that are going to drive to utilize it? You know, you're going to have neighborhood people, but you're going to also have people coming off the 80 corridor. It's intended to be at the south end, and that was the original, it's in the specific plan at the south end. The only thing we made it better, originally it was shown to be immediately off of Hennis Flat, actually on that specific plan, original map. And we moved it approximately 200 feet north, more in the trees, and internal off of our network in the village to have less impact on the loop of Gray's Crossing Phase 3. So we think we've made it better to that fact. But I do want to stress, there's some great neighbors and comments, and we've had some good discussions, and I think as Jim pointed out, they've been good owners and developers on this thing of giving and taking and trying to make the project better and conforming to all that work that was done in the original specific plan. I think I should touch real quick, just kind of go through the history a little bit again on Gray's Crossing. You know, Gray's Crossing, everybody has opinion, especially on large projects like this. I mean, there's no lack of opinions. I mean, we can go through the room here and we'll find 50 different opinions, easy, on the way that we should develop these things. And similar to the general plan process that everybody's going through now, Gray's Crossing went through considerable, I mean, huge public comment process, years, millions of dollars. These EIRs, I mean, people throw around the word EIR. I think most people know what they cost, but we're talking millions of dollars sometimes the time you're done. I think the original Gray's Crossing one was easily north of $500,000, and we see them go, even on smaller projects, 6, 7, 800,000. And the time you get through the process, then they're like, oh, better update it because something's changed. I bring up that point because Gray's Crossing, the amount of considerable public input that went into that document, I mean, you had commissioners like yourself that were very involved in that process. You had council members that certified EIRs, and one of the neighbors, I'm circling back to what one of the neighbors said about, you know, hey, I appreciate that this project always paid their taxes, right? Part of the infrastructure and things that happen on a project out there was that Mello-Roos bond. The reason, you know, some people brought up fire suppression and concerns about, you know, fire and things. The reason we have 16-inch and 24-inch water lines out there with hydrants and all the fuel modification was all part of the Gray's Crossing specific plan for that whole area. The Hopkins original group, that's how you got the school property of how the middle school was built. They donated the land for the recreation center, why we have an aquatic center and a recreation facility. The 96, and we're all screaming in this town for affordable housing. The 96 units that got constructed was instrumentally in part because of Old Greenwood and Grace Crossing of how that got built. And that couldn't even, I want to go back to the history, is the village really was one of the catalysts, that property and the original developer, Wright and Company, that's how Hennis Flats got constructed. The sewer lines and the water lines and the electric lines, all the stuff that serves the 96 affordable units. Am I held by a time limit? I would ask that, I wanted to go through the various, if you would indulge me a few more minutes, I think it's important.
Oh, you're going to do it, but you're asking my opinion?
I'll try to speed it up here.
Take a couple minutes, not a 15-minute, 20-minute, you know. That would be my...
You think you can cover things in a couple of minutes?
Yeah, I won't go through the founding of the country, nothing like that. So,
well, then take 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. No, I just want to say, I think it's important to say that projects like this, and I'll be the first one to raise my hand and say, yeah, nobody gets everything they want. If anybody put on your planner hat and you'd say, what do I envision to happen out at Grace Crossing of that property, you'd all have a different vision of it. But what happened through that process was significant through the public process, the planning commission, staff, the council, and we have this specific plan that got adopted. And it's kind of live by the rules, die by the rules. We've tried to keep everything for our client living by the rules. And we've tried to make it better along the way. You know, the bus stop was not an issue in 2008, but it is now, and our clients agreed to make that better. We think the gas station, we think it's needed for Truckee. I mean, Truckee, really, if you look at the ones you've lost and adding this one, you're net even on gas stations. And it's in the specific plan, and we're matching what it says, so we think it's the right thing to do. And as far as these EIRs, the main thing I heard from most of the comment about people why they want an EIR is traffic. And I would ask for the commission to maybe Becky can weigh in a little bit, but my guess or my assertion is that you can't ask for a better area in Truckee if you're going to do a development like this. 2 $4.5 million roundabouts at both ends of the project on a major highway. You don't get better circulation of traffic, and the level of service, I think, is superior to most places in Truckee, even with the project. And with the town analyzing growth patterns and traffic studies that they've been doing, showing that basically, you know, it's basically matching what was intended at build out for the project. Yes, there's tweaks on different projects. You as a commission make modifications to every project, pretty much. I mean, there's some tweak modification, but overall density and the amount of trips and things like that, we're consistent. And I would say that the millions of dollars spent and all the hours of previous councils and commissions, please uphold. I mean, that's what we have to. It's a free-for-all if you don't have zoning and general plans and specific plans. It's just a free-for-all, and we're asking that because, and more so, it applies to everybody, but more so because our project paid their taxes, have waited until the economics make sense, they've stayed current, and they're trying to build something that is consistent with what was originally approved. Please uphold that document. We just think that's the right thing to do, and we've tried to be good through the process with the neighborhood. Again, everybody doesn't get everything they want, but we think it's a great quality project. It's bringing some needed affordable housing. Even the market rate stuff's good.
Thank you, Mr.
That's all I can
Wood.
say. Thank you very much.
You'll be available for questions, I assume.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now we're going to go to commission questioning, and what I would like to do is, even on our questioning, to first focus on what is a threshold issue, if you will, and that's whether that has to do with the environmental impacts. It's something that a lot of commenters have brought up in a general sense, to the effect of whether circumstances have changed to such a degree since the EIR was first prepared that we need to consider whether additional review is required. And I have questions on both the extent to which this proposed project is different from what was envisioned in the specific plan, and then whether there's any environmental impacts that are substantially worse or different than what was envisioned in the original EIR. Is it all right if we start on those topics? And I would be happy to start with the questioning unless someone else wants to go first. Okay. Mr. Wood, I'm going to start out with questions for you. I want to make sure I understand how the project that's before us now is different from the specific plan. And I have a few things written down that I'll run through with you, and then maybe you can add to it. I understand the hotel goes from 120 rooms to 129.
It does, and if just one reason for that, just for those who don't know, the development agreement, which recently the council and staff decided to let expire because a lot of things were kind of out of sync, if you will, timelines and different things, that allowed up to 300 rooms. And we had we've been through this process for, I think, more than 2 years now. And we had a concern when they were going to allow that to expire in the spring. And I think council and everything basically said, well, and staff, go ahead and stay with what your original proposal is. We don't think that's a problem. We're going to let the development agreement expire, which allowed up to 300. So we are 9 above what the specific plan text says, but we are obviously 191 less than what the development agreement allowed.
Okay, now on the gas station, that gas station is now back to the square footage as was originally provided for in the specific plan.
Exactly.
Okay. The car wash is new, correct?
It's new in the sense that, yes, there's a car wash, but it is, we have a lot of neighborhood commercial square footage. We didn't build this project out to its full amount, and so it's an allowed use.
That's fine. You don't need to justify everything right now.
Understood.
Right? Okay. Is the car wash part of the 1,800 square feet?
No, it's not.
Okay. Do you know offhand how much that is?
5 to 700, 756? Is that what somebody said? Yeah, it's 5 to 700 square feet.
756.
And again, we think it's a valid thing, good, but it's not.
That's fine. I just want to find out what's changed.
Understood.
For now. Okay. And then the retail's been reduced from 38,900 square feet to 19,980?
That's correct.
And housing units have gone from 48 attached units up to 49 units?
No, we have the same attached number of units as before.
Okay. 28 attached, 1 fourplex, and 21 lofts?
24 townhomes.
Yeah.
One fourplex.
24 townhomes, 1 fourplex, and 21 lofts?
Correct.
The affordable housing units, you have 9 units at a moderate income level. This may get a little complicated, but it was my I'm trying to find out if your understanding from the specific plan is that originally it was envisioned there'd be 68 units, I believe, allocated to the Grays Crossing development overall, and then there was a group, the remainder that took it up to 92 were allocated to Old Greenwood.
So if you give me 20 seconds, I can kind of shed light on that. That's the kind of complicated one.
Yes, it is. Go ahead.
So originally, if you look at the 2008 approval, for the last approval for the village, it had no affordable housing in there because as part of the development agreement, there was density bonuses allocated throughout the project that basically had affordable housing being located in other regions. When East West sold the property to Wright and Company following, the initiation of the project, they were not required to do affordable housing. Now, since the development agreement has gone, we are basically conforming per staff's recommendation of the 20% requirement that was in the specific plan. So we're adding, actually, the 2008 didn't have any deed restricted units. We're adding 20% in over and above what was approved in 2008.
Okay,
and just just to clarify, I know it's a finer point, but usually you get a density bonus when you do deed restricted affordable housing. It helps pay for it because you actually lose money on those units constructing them. We got zero bonus on the village because we didn't want to make the units any tighter than what they already were.
Okay. How did you calculate what did you calculate the 20% against?
That's against the residential unit.
Is it 40?
Yeah.
49 or 48?
It's the townhomes, yeah.
49 or 48?
20, I'm doing the math in my head.
It's off the 49. The
49.
Entire.
Okay, I got 9.8, so it wasn't quite 10, so we lowered it back down to 9, rounded down to 9.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, is correct, the specific plan originally called for a community culture center?
So if I recall correctly, so originally in there was like a 3-year horizon that there was a church site, there was a cultural center and other things that were integrated in the plan. And if a church came forward or if the town or some group came forward in that 3-year period, there was an area in the original specific plan that was identified for something like that to happen. And there's different groups that have looked at it at different times, but nobody wanted to build that in the village. And then you had, the rec center, the aquatic center. Those timelines since have expired, and that reverted back to what was identified in the specific plan.
Okay. Do you understand, does your project preclude construction of a community center or culture center from somebody renting one of the facilities and making it a...
No. In fact, I think the conference center, we think that's going to be utilized by the community for those very events.
And then there was, I guess there were 2 churches that were going to be associated with the overall plan. One, the Catholic Church.
The Assumption Catholic, yep.
And then there was going to be an additional church.
There was a site slated that potentially, but nobody came forward.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, the overall design of the village has changed from the specific plan, correct?
Yeah, it has a different feel. I think you've seen a trend overall in Truckee to get away from the lodgy type architecture. I would say, it was a high quality, definitely not inexpensive architecture in 2008 that was approved. I think you see with the architecture that's here, Truckee's evolving. There's, you hear the term Truckee funk. They've integrated modifications and different forms and different materials, and it's more of a mountain modern, and that's more in keeping with what you'd see in the Grace Crossing HOA and kind of some of the custom homes that are being built in Grace Crossing.
Is there any way of just actually summarizing geographically how it's changed without the descriptive language?
Geographic as in where the different pieces are located?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're going to lose me on all those architectural terms you just used.
Sorry about that. The hotel was kind of more central east in the original 2 plans, and we've located that obviously to the northwest in the project. I think the townhomes and where those are located predominantly overlooking the golf course, I think that's very key. I think the central hub, that road is already existing where the angled parking and the central kind of little traffic circle with the decorative asphalt and stuff, that is the same with what we constructed and designed in 2008. So I think the village core where those buildings, the neighborhood commercial and the lofts are located with that synergy with the hotel, that's all very similar in that central region. And the gas station, from 2008, we moved the gas pumps to the north, and now we've moved it back to the original specific plan of the 2004 plan.
Okay. Have I left anything out in terms of what we might call significant or substantial changes in the project?
I really don't think so, other than it's just been made better. I mean, everything from the town's new requirements, such as wider sidewalks, things like that are integrated in here. I think we have more trail network than what we had before. Things like that.
All right. I want to go now to the factors that were considered in the EIR. Are you familiar with all the assumptions that went into the EIR in terms of what else was going on in the town or what else was
it's a very confident person to assume that they know all the assumptions offhand. But I will say I was around at that time, very involved in the project, and I remember a lot of the history. Yes.
Okay. The EIR in the land use has land use assumptions that include a build out of the entire Grace Crossing project, and also Riverview Village, Sierra Village, Palisade Townhomes, Riverview Townhomes, the lodging center on the Barcel property, Coburn Crossing, Alpens Hostel, Truckee Townhomes, Pine Forest, Pioneer Commerce Center build out entirely, the build out of the Truckee Industrial Park, build out of the lodging center, I guess 30% build out of the old Greenwood development, and then 900 students at the middle school. Does that sound right to you?
It does. It does. Yeah.
And also in terms of the projections that the EIR was making back in 2004, those were going out through the current period?
Yes, the assumptions. And one thing I think is key, I think in what you're getting at, is, and we find this from doing a lot of planning in Truckee, is it is very difficult to achieve the densities that are allocated for a lot of parcels in Truckee because setbacks from tributaries, natural slope constraints. So what I'm saying is the EIR was probably much more conservative, and I think staff could probably weigh in on that we don't usually on most projects achieve the density that might potentially be achieved that's there, but it's analyzed in the traffic. Plus they put, all the housing units, we probably have a 4% secondary dwelling unit thing in Truckee, but we have a much higher factor. They're assuming that there's secondary dwelling units on, half the units that are out there, and that's just not the case. So it's very conservative.
Okay. One of the commenters submitted copies of a recent report done on the impact of the gas station on traffic, or he provided an estimate of how many vehicle trips would be generated by the gas station. Are you familiar with that?
Was it the market study that we provided to the staff? Was it?
Guy's name started with a K. Catalog.
I know we provided a market study. That might be what you're referring to.
You're not, and you didn't see the comment. What I'm getting at is I'm trying to find out if there's anything in what was submitted that indicates a higher increase in traffic anywhere than what's contained in the EIR. Can anybody from staff answer that for me?
You mean submitted through public comment?
Yes. In terms of the record, I want to know, does the record reflect, is there anything in the record that indicates that traffic LOS, level of service, is going to be worse than what was originally forecast in the EIR?
The EIR has some estimates, assumptions on what the project would generate in terms of trips. So there's some numbers in the trip generation table in the EIR, so you could do a comparison. There's a PM peak hour trip generation and a daily trip generation. So you can take a look and see what that trip generation was for the gas station. I think we looked that up. It was at 4,000, for about 4,000 trips per day is what was analyzed in the EIR. That includes, trips that are just coming off the adjacent road and just diverting into the gas station, as well as new trips that might get diverted from other areas of town. So that's one way to kind of compare.
Okay, let me put it this way. I took a look at what a commenter submitted. He showed 21,000 trips per day per month.
You're referencing Andrew Brown's comment letter?
Yes. 21,000 trips, that would be back and forth. It was in and out. So that's how he gets to 21,000, which I calculate if it's 30 days in a month, 700 per day. If I assume a 10-hour driving day, I get down to 70 per hour. And then I look at table 4.2-6 in the EIR. It has 2,604 trips per day and 214 per hour, which is substantially greater than what I'm seeing in the comments. which is all to say, based on what I've looked at, if anything, the EIR is projecting a much higher number of trips than what's been presented in the public comments. Is that a fair characterization?
I can follow that math.
And additionally, I just offer the huge reduction in neighborhood commercial. We're not achieving all of our commercial square footage, so the trips will be much less on the project that we're proposing.
But you can't tell me by how much.
Well, you cited the reduction of square footage, and it's significant.
Right, almost a half.
Yes.
Okay.
Jan, can I ask a quick question about the gas station while we're here?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So it appears on the 2004 Grace Crossing specific plan that's there, the gas station is situated in what would currently be the 50-year riparian zone. Was that not zoned when the IR was done? I'm sorry, not the 50-year, sorry, the 50-foot riparian zone.
That's correct. I think that would probably the delineation, formal delineation of the 100-year and the 50-foot established was done, and then the 2008 subsequent plan, we moved it. We didn't want it to be that close to Hennis Road with the 50-foot setback. There is room there, though, between the 50-foot and Hennis.
Okay, Mr. Wood, on going back, talking about the gas station and traffic again, it's correct then that if the gas station stays down at the south end, only one of the roundabouts will be impacted by vehicles coming off the freeway?
No, I don't agree with that, because you're going to have people coming southbound down Highway 89, people coming from Pine Forest, Prosser Lakeview.
That's why I was asking, cars coming from the freeway.
Oh, from Interstate 80, you're correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I grew up in Southern California. We call them freeways. All right. Sorry, it's a legacy problem. You mentioned something about having the gas station on the project will reduce impacts on the other gas stations in town.
I don't know if I made that. I don't think I made that comment.
What was it that you saw as being advantageous about the gas station in terms of...
the location?
Yes.
Well, from the market study that was done that kind of analyzed all the gas stations basically in Truckee, one of the ideal things is its close proximity to, the people that are going to utilize it, not only the neighborhood, but it has, close proximity to Interstate 80. That's something you want in a gas station. You also, I think it has good visibility it's kind of unique, and the visibility is really good off the roundabout, the southern roundabout. You can kind of see in where it's at. But when you start going up Hennis or you start going up 89 per the simulation that I provided you when I started, the trees really kind of screen it. So I think we're kind of getting the best of both. I think it's a needed thing. Nobody likes gas stations. We might all be on Teslas in 30 years and they all go away. But for right now, it's definitely, the market study shows that one is needed in Truckee, and it's an ideal location.
Okay. For the community overall, is there going to be a net increase in the number of vehicles leaving the interstate to get gas in Truckee? Can you answer that question?
Phrase your question again?
Yeah. For the community overall, taking all 5 interchanges, considering all the gas stations, adding in the gas station you're proposing, is there going to be a net increase in the number of vehicles leaving the interstate to get gas in Truckee?
It's one of many gas stations, so I would say no. I don't think so. I think it's going to utilize, it's going to meet the needs of that neighborhood region and people that would take that exit, but I don't think it's going to necessarily increase that because there's other gas stations along that corridor.
Okay, I want to go to housing now, impacts on housing from your development. The EIR at page 4.12-12 notes housing shortages and difficulty of service sector employees finding affordable housing. in this town, and the EIR contemplates 168 full-time employees at project build-out, 40 for the lodge and 82 for retail. I'm going to assume if retail's cut in half, that's probably going to reduce employees for retail by about half.
I would think so.
For lack of any other information. At the last hearing, you thought there would be about 30 employees at the hotel, but you were cautious in saying that. You were grabbing at a number slightly. Is it 30 or 40, somewhere in that number area?
I think we had 30 in our application, and that came from talking with certain hotel purveyors.
Okay. Are you aware of anything in the specific plan that fails to anticipate the amount of population growth the town is experiencing, or anything about it that fails to anticipate the need for affordable housing that we're currently experiencing?
You're saying, does the EIR fail or the specific plan fail?
Yeah, are you aware of anything in there that fails to anticipate the current affordable housing crisis we have or the size of our population?
I don't, and I think that was anticipated. I think we're seeing that problem statewide. But Truckee's really having it's an expensive area, and that makes affordable just that much more difficult.
Okay. The EIR at page 4.12-14 projects a population of 17,253 people in Truckee by the year 2015. Is that, do you know what our population is now?
Yeah, I defer to staff.
About 16,000?
16,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll have more questions for you, but that's all I have right now on environmental impacts.
Okay. Thank you.
Does anyone else want to ask Mr. Wood any questions or staff on environmental issues? Essentially going to whether the EIR sufficiently anticipates the current and future situation.
I of course have questions, but I am
I'm trying
willing to wait
focus
until after.
Yeah, I have some others, but the questions are whether we can get past the environmental sufficiency of the current EIR.
I feel like staff has addressed that, or they've made it clear they feel like it has adequately addressed the concerns. I think Martin has as well. I have my own concerns and questions about unanticipated impacts and assumptions made in 2003 versus current conditions today, 16 years later, things that we never could imagine would be. I mean, like the woman said, she was in college or something. I've had 2 kids. A lot changes. I mean, technology changes. All these things change. We wouldn't have the same fire standards that we had, 16 years ago. We have to have sprinklers now. So I don't really have so many questions on that. I have some questions about siting and such, but not specific, like EIR questions.
Well, you just mentioned fire. And I don't know
I guess I have that.
whether there's any issue on fire safety that should have been addressed in the EIR, or whether we have substantial information that requires us to address that, or whether that's considered an environmental impact. So if you have questions on that.
I can touch upon some of the mitigation measures that overall Grays, if
Okay, would you please?
Yeah. So out of the overall Grays project, I believe there was a 300-foot band buffer that was done around the entire project when we started it, and that was basically limiting of the trees and the ladder fuels, trying to retain the nice timber that we all want to see, but removing the brush and all the underbrush. All that was done around the entire perimeter and the lots of Grays. Additionally, all the clearing that was as part of the golf course did a lot of thinning. And then with the 16 and 24-inch water line and the fire hydrants at 500-foot spacing everywhere, we have some of the best fire flow to serve sprinklers in the larger buildings in the Truckee region.
Are you able to compare the fire safety efforts you've undertaken with those taken by the the HOA, I guess the HOA is currently responsible for.
Yeah, after the original developer did those and initiated those, the HOA takes over basically funding mechanisms and continuing to do that. And I think if you go back in there, it's pretty remarkable. It's kind of like a park in some of those outer regions.
Thank you.
I have that kind of sparked it. It's not for Martin, it would be for staff. And kind of to further some of that ties into this, I think a lot of my issues are are off-site and not necessarily on-site. And it's kind of these cumulative impacts of use, intensities of use that need to be addressed. But I'd be curious about fire evacuation and public safety. I think some commenters raised this issue. I know it's at the forefront of many of our minds. We know a lot of people who had to evacuate Paradise. And so it's really at the forefront, especially during our general plan update process that we're doing right now. So I'm curious, in light of the 03 studies, was that an area of concern? I-80 evacuation, people, I know they're having trouble getting homeowners insurance at North Star because they have one point of egress and ingress, and all of that really funnels directly to I-80 where this funnels. So I think it's pertinent that we address that.
I'll take a crack and then maybe Andy, you can tag on. Excuse me, I would say your instincts are right. Back in 2003, the level of attention that was given to emergency evacuations or wildland fire preparedness was not what it is today. The CEQA guidelines were just recently changed a couple of months ago to include wildfire analysis in a CEQA document. Back in 2003, there wasn't that same amount of emphasis. That being said, there is some acknowledgement within the document that does talk about access and whatnot, but it's not going to be to the extent that we would see today. And the important thing to understand is that CEQA currently doesn't require us to address things that are required by today's CEQA rules in older documents. So there isn't something currently in place that says we would need to amend the old EIR to address what's now required in CEQA, which also includes greenhouse gas analysis.
Yeah, the only thing I would add is that
throw that in.
It's the Creed versus San Diego case, if anybody's wondering. The only other thing that I would add is that the EIR for this, it was performed under the standards of the current general plan and its safety element. So, it met the standards at the time. It still meets the standards today. We haven't adopted a new general plan yet. When the town does, the safety element will be updated and maybe the standards would change. But this was compliant with the standards at the time. It is compliant with the standards of today. And as Jenna pointed out, CEQA specifically does not require that you go back and update an EIR simply to take into account that the standards have changed or that the regulatory environment has changed.
And just so we have some of that context too from the 96 general plan, we did recognize that Truckee was in a high fire hazard area, and we had several policies included in there to work with the fire district about fuel clearing, about everything related to kind of safety and evacuation, and those were carried over into the current general plan.
And I'm not so concerned with that because I know as a community and as a region we are working on these fire safety measures, we're defensible space, and that's very localized. My concerns are kind of these regional impacts and issues, and I guess I think my next question for staff is, while I understand and I respect the kind of parameters of CEQA and the streamlined section and the notion that, yes, we could back up and defend the EIR work that was done in 03 relevant to a project that's would be approved in 2019. I guess my concern is that that we are aware of impacts and we could address them, such as safety. There was a kid was hit in the roundabout. We know there are circulation issues, things like that, where it's like, okay, maybe that wasn't addressed specifically in the EIR, but it is of a concern. So are we provided the opportunity to say, hey, we could do an analysis. It's not challenging CEQA or the EIR. It's addressing current conditions and the notion that we're not going to stick our heads in the sand and say, oh, we realize things have probably changed in the last 16 years. A lot of assumptions were made back then, but we don't want to make those assumptions today because we care more about our community and its residents and its visitors than that.
In the jargon of environmental language, I'd like to know if there's anything about the project that is peculiar to this child being hit, young student being hit by a vehicle going around the school bus, I guess, in a roundabout.
No, I mean, we weren't on the scene, but our understanding is that someone went around a school bus, which isn't a typical thing that you would do in a roundabout. So it wasn't anything specific other than the driver's behavior.
Okay, can we tie that to anything having to do with the project?
I would say no.
And as it relates to traffic, I mean, we looked at the original draft DIR that was done, which was done a while ago, but we've also looked at, that wasn't the only time that we've looked at these intersections and traffic operations. So consistently over time, we've looked at the Truckee Way 89 Hennis intersection, we've looked at the 89 Alder intersection, and have found that they operate at adequate level of service per our standards. You know, our standards are for a summer weekday PM peak hour, that they operate at a level of service D or better, and currently they're operating at like an A, and they are all of the analysis that we've done recently, including our traffic impact fee program, has shown that it will continue to, those two intersections will continue to operate at adequate level of service at build out of the general plan. So that is how we kind of came to the determination, in our opinion, that additional traffic analysis wasn't necessary. There wasn't a need to do additional study. I mean, we could, but...
And to connect the dots, the engineers don't see a need for any additional improvements to the roundabouts or to the road segments, with or without this project.
Can I ask a follow-up on that? So I'm aware that the 2004 EIR noted that there would be unforeseeable impacts, unmitigatable impacts with air quality and traffic, specifically from I-80 or I-80 impacts. And that was acknowledged, and a statement of overriding considerations was declared. I don't know if you guys know what that statement of overriding considerations was. I mean, I have a thought, but is that something you could share?
I mean, it would be in the findings of fact, which we have and may even, do you have it in?
It related to traffic increases on Interstate 80,
yes,
correct?
Right. That was the unmitigatable impact that was cited in the EIR, but it was overruled, or it was because a statement of overriding considerations was made, it was allowed to move forward. So my sense is probably the statement of overriding considerations had to do with the community benefits. I'm assuming that could be wrong. I know that there was a huge amount of give and take, like we're going to do this, we're going to get that. But I guess my question is, in the jargon that Jan wants to have, with regard, my sense is that traffic on I-80 has increased, probably at a greater level than may have been foreseen in 2003. And because this is a highway serving use, it's going to be pulling people off the highway to use the gas station, as well as the hotel. These are transient uses that I think are in some ways different than perhaps what was originally envisioned for the village. I'd be curious if that was addressed or analyzed, or if you guys could say, yes, the numbers that were estimated for I-80 traffic were much higher in 2003 than what we're seeing today.
In terms of, I don't actually have a good answer in terms of how much, compared to what we were projecting back in 2004, how much traffic was going to grow on I-80 compared to how much it actually has grown. I don't have that kind of information in front of me. But it would still, I guess the impact would be sort of similar in terms of we're adding traffic to the interstate. We are going through a general plan update, and there was some traffic analysis done as part of that, kind of looking at traffic growth trends on the I-80, and I can try to pull that up and see if that gives us any indication on, what's been going on. I do know that traffic growth on 89 has been lower, has been relatively flat, which is certainly less than we anticipated.
I did read that, and I actually think I saw in the chart that said something like 38,000 trips on I-80 east or west of Hirschdale. I think that's in the staff report.
Mhm.
Maybe we could compare that to what was analyzed. I don't remember what page it was, but I do remember in my review I did note that, now that it's coming back. Oh.
Well, while we look for that reference in the old EIR, I mean, I will say that whatever the counts are on 80, the traffic that gets off of I-80 onto 89, we can capture that. We have captured that. We do traffic counts on 89 and on other major town roads. And I think what Becky has said is that we're just not seeing massive increases of traffic on 89. Certainly not anything that goes beyond the scope of what the EIR anticipated. So that's why we think that the impact analysis of traffic in that EIR, the cumulative impact analysis, is still valid because the conditions haven't really changed in a way that go beyond what the EIR anticipated.
And that anticipated growth in Placer County, Lahontan, Martis Camp, Schaefer's Mill, North Star.
Yes.
It's regional. It's not. We've put a circle around the town and calling it good.
Our traffic model actually includes all of Martis Valley, so it takes that into account. So,
while we're still on,
and I guess I should mention that when the original EIR was done, the level of development that was going to occur in Martis Valley, the adopted Martis Valley Community Plan, there was quite a bit more proposed to be developed than actually is occurring. So Waddell Ranch is no longer, that was taken out of Martis Valley for development. I think Martis West is now proposed to be much less. So there are some land uses that in the Martis Valley area that the amount of traffic or the amount of development that's supposed to occur there is actually less than what we had originally assumed in that original EIR.
Okay. There were several comments that pointed out that we were using traffic analyses based on summertime conditions, and then the peak analysis was late Saturday, and it was suggested that traffic is worse on, I don't know, weekday afternoons or Sunday nights. When I go to the EIR, it says they use summer figures because actually traffic is greater in the summer, and they were looking for the worst traffic conditions, and they used Saturday afternoon because that's worse than Sunday, and Sunday's highest traffic is church traffic in the morning. Does that sound right? Is there?
Well, our general plan actually identifies what our standard is. It's a summer weekday PM peak hour. So there are certainly times in the winter when there's a lot of ski traffic. There are times that are busier than our design period, but what we're trying to come up with is a peak, but not the busiest time in the year or traffic conditions. So a summer weekday PM peak hour does represent a relatively high traffic volume. It's just not the highest, and that ties back to our general plan policies.
Wait, so you're not analyzing during school time? I mean, these are all full-time communities. It might make sense if you were looking at Old Greenwood and you're looking at that traffic, but I mean, Prosser, Gray's Crossing has a majority, I think, of locals at this point. The Alder Creek, I mean, that whole Hennis Flat, Coachland, Frischman Hollow, those are all locals. I mean, we have to be doing analysis during the school time, specifically if we're looking at this, safety as well as the traffic numbers. I saw an LSC guy last summer in August, same day as Music in the Park at the Donner Pass Road, Glenshire, entrance, and I was like, "What are you doing?" He said, "Oh, I'm doing counts." He said something about Tahoe, and then he said, "Oh no, it's for the town of Truckee." And I said, "Why are you doing a study at 6 p.m. when nobody's using this road? People are at Music in the Park, they're on vacation. Glenshire is full of teachers." I mean, so does that maybe indicate we should reassess or maybe do a revised analysis?
I think that the reason, and I'm not a traffic engineer, I'm just recalling something I was told once, the reason the general plan uses summer PM as the peak standard is because even though there are not school trips during the summer is when we get our highest visitation. So summer PM is when we get the kind of the highest level of just sort of ambient traffic, because there are so many visitors that are coming through Truckee. So on some road segments, you might be correct that the absence of school traffic and maybe the relative lack of summer visitor traffic might yield a different result. But on 89, which is very, very heavily trafficked by visitors in the summer, I mean, I suspect that if we ran the numbers, you'd see that kind of the numbers are higher even without school trips, but with the ambient kind of traffic levels than they would be for a day in fall or in spring with school in session.
And is that something we can do for the general plan update? Maybe do a kind of have a better sense so we're not sitting up here scratching our heads saying maybe we should be a little more aware.
There's the existing conditions report actually has some of the analysis in there. So there's some graphs in there that kind of show you how traffic varies over the course of a year. And it does show that, once you get past into September, traffic starts to drop off quite a bit. So as Andy said, it's kind of the overlapping of the visitor traffic. But that's definitely something that we're including. LSC's done a lot of traffic work as part of the general plan update that's something that there's data there to discuss.
But we're also going to be moving towards vehicle miles traveled and not level of service. So it's not going to be an apples to apples comparison.
Right.
Okay, does anyone else have questions on the environmental issues? I'm aware there's safety, there's traffic, there's population growth.
I've got one on visual. I'm curious, so thank you for doing this overlay. But the thing that really jumps out to me is the south elevation of the hotel and the visual impacts of that. And that's very different from the visual impacts studied in the 2004 project. So what were, I guess, the findings for visual? Were they, less than significant? Was it a significant unavoidable? I want to make sure we're comparing apples to apples with that one.
Maybe if you could clarify for us, we were just wondering if you're basing off of the...
Oh, so it's from the
visual you just received?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's okay if we want to move on to something else while you're kind of reviewing
Yeah, let us look and see what we had in the document.
I'm going to ask a quick environmental question, although it's to the staff as well. Okay. So I sort of asked, and Mr. Wood?
Yes.
He answered earlier, but so it appears in 2004, the wetland or the riparian delineation was not there. So that is not part of the EIR, is that correct?
Yeah, let us look at that too.
I'm trying to remember the history, but it's probably, I think the wetland was definitely identified in the EIR, absolutely. I think the formal delineation from the core and the verification of the specific edge might have been done after that as a condition, which is kind of common.
Yeah, I would say typically what we do is we include a mitigation measure in the EIR that requires us to go back and have that mapped. And in just the progression of how the specific plan is adopted, we probably already had this graphic in the specific plan, then did the EIR work that had the mitigation measures, and knew we would fix it with the mapping, but didn't go back and fix it within the specific plan graphics.
But I guess the big point is all of it was verified by the Corps, and it went through that whole process of the wetland delineation. And the 50-foot setback was actually recorded on the first final map that was recorded. So those setbacks are shown on the recorded map.
Okay.
But that's not this one, because this one has the gas station in what that zone would be.
This isn't the recorded map. This was a graphic that was included in this specific plan.
Correct.
Can we take, we've gone for 2 hours. Why don't we take 5 minutes? And that'll give you a chance to look at some of the documents here that are subject to pending questions, and then we'll come back. Okay, we're in. Okay, the commissioners are back, and we're ready to reconvene. That's a little more than 5 minutes, so I'm sure everybody wants to go home, and we still have questions to ask. And then we have to deliberate.
I have a disclosure.
Okay.
That I forgot. Should I do that?
Go for the disclosure.
I forgot to make two disclosure. One I made at the previous public hearing for the village, that I work as an independent consultant and I do contract work with the Grays Homeowners Association as a design consultant. I review plans. It's not connected to this in any way. And then I spoke with Erica Stein, who she had called me, and we spoke. She shared some thoughts on the village. She's the HOA board president, so I wanted to put that on the record.
And I'll just add that I did myself look very, very carefully at Commissioner Riley's relationship with the HOA and looked at it in detail, looked at the law in detail, and concluded that she does not, in fact, have any conflict of interest that would prohibit her from participating in this. So Commissioner Riley is absolutely safe to participate in this discussion.
Okay, well then I'll do my disclosure. I live in Prosser Lakeview. I drive on Highway 89 all the time, and sometimes I used to walk my dog through Gray's Crossing, but he's getting older now, so we don't go down there as often. And then actually I got a call from Alexis Aller, but we did not discuss the merits and moved on to some much broader long-range questions about town policy.
I would like to say that I also spoke with Alexis, or I did speak with Alexis Aller today on the telephone. Her points on the phone were very similar to her public comment last month. I also had a meeting with Dan Dickerman this weekend, and again, his comments at the time were the same as his emailed comments from this month as well. And I have questions, and how do you want to do this?
Fire away.
Okay. I'm going to start with staff questions, if that's all right with staff.
Do you want us to answer the previous questions first before we add some new ones in? Yeah.
Great idea.
Okay.
So I'll start with Commissioner Riley's questions about traffic volumes on Interstate 80. So what we looked at in the Grays Crossing EIR was what was predicted in 2003 with build out of the village, of the Grays Crossing project. It would have been 35,300 trips per day on Interstate 80 on that segment of 80. In 2006, according to the existing conditions report that was just published earlier this year for the new general plan, we were looking at 36,000 trips per day on Interstate 80, so an increase of about 700. And then in 2017, the data that we have is that we're looking now at 38,000, so about 2,700 new trips per day from 2003 to 2017.
And was that predicted, that growth in the EIR?
The EIR, I don't believe, forecast out to anything beyond plus project and cumulative conditions. We'd have to look at the cumulative conditions and see if there's any data there. But I think what we're trying to say is that it doesn't seem to be that there's been an unforeseen substantial increase in trips over about a 15-year period.
I noticed there was a decline. It went down to like 30,000, and then there was like a big uptick, which I
sort of timed with the recession.
May I add one thing to that? I pulled up the original impact discussion for that, and really what the analysis was is, here's what the traffic volumes on I-80, here's what the project is going to add, and there's a certain amount of increase, and I think we've kind of established that the amount of traffic that's going to be generated by today's proposal is going to be similar to what was analyzed previously, so I don't think the impact discussion would change very much if we reevaluated today. And there was, I do have in front of me like the overriding consideration information, if that's something that you wanted, or what the findings were. There's a couple different categories that were discussed, and I could quickly tell you the categories, or we could just know that it's available.
I mean, I think it's of value to know what was it that allowed there were unmitigatable impacts to be allowed to move forward because of some arrangement.
Okay, so
is that okay with you?
Right, well, the long part is all the mitigation that was actually done for impacts that could be controlled.
Commissioner Riley, if what you're looking for is the rationale for why the project was approved, and notwithstanding the unmitigable environmental impacts, we can read that.
Yeah, I'm aware that a statement of overriding considerations is typically addressing the vast community benefits that were provided, or something that was received in order to turn our heads to something that we acknowledged at that time to be not a good thing, or an impact that we weren't going to be able to mitigate directly. And if it's not happening right now, we could come back to it. I thought it would be of interest.
We have it, but Becky's screen went split on us
I have
unexpectedly.
it in front of me as well. So the council finds that the project would have the following economic, social, and environmental benefits. First, implementation of and consistency with local plans. First, the general plan. The project provides a mix of uses consistent with the general plan and offers amenities such as golf course, hiking trails, and a recreational center pursuant to PC2 policies. It's surrounded on 3 sides by existing subdivisions and will function as an infill development connecting these existing neighborhoods. Also, by providing housing and commercial opportunities adjacent to the town's core, the project helps limit potential sprawl. The project further balances the need to provide affordable housing opportunities with the vision set forth in the general plan, that the project site be developed as a destination recreational community. Second item was, and I'm just summarizing the main points, regional employment. The commercial and resort components proposed for the project are expected to generate new permanent jobs as well as numerous secondary jobs. Additionally, construction of residential units, retail shops, offices, and other facilities in the project area will provide, over a period of 6 years, work for numerous individuals in the construction industry as well as for architects, engineers, and other professionals. Next, economic benefits. In addition to providing revenue from property taxes on the sale of Grays Crossing properties, realization of transient occupancy, sales tax will have a positive impact on the town and Nevada County. And then this talks about the development agreement, which no longer exists. Recreational benefits. The project will result in significant recreational benefits for the community. These benefits include constructing and maintaining on-site trail segments identified for public use in the town's trails plan, providing access to golf cart paths during non-golf hours, providing local access to the golf course and public access to the on-site fitness facility, and maintaining a trail link with downtown Truckee, and participating in the financing of constructing an off-site trail from the project site to Prosser Reservoir. Next is the housing benefits. The project includes a significant affordable housing component. This program will result in constructing deed-restricted and market-rate housing that is affordable to a wide range of the town's residents. Under this program, 225 residential units will be affordable. Says the town's general plan provides that the PC2 project must provide 100 affordable housing units, 28 for Old Greenwood on the Grays Crossing site. Transit benefits. The project includes development and financing of a transit plan linking the project to downtown Truckee, ski resorts, and other key locations in the region. This plan will reduce congestion and related air quality emissions and provide a significant benefit to the town's residents. Next is land dedications and donations. The project includes dedication of the commercial triangle and a 9.5-acre parcel adjacent to the middle school. This land will be available for uses to be determined as part of a collaborative community process.
The commercial triangle is the rec center site.
The project also calls for reimbursement to the school district fees. The project also dedicates a site in the village for a multi-use community performing arts center. The value of this dedication is approximately $400,000. Open space. The project incorporates significant open space. The project also incorporates a natural resource management plan which will serve to protect, maintain, and enhance the value of this open space. Infrastructure improvements. The project includes financing of improvements to water and sewer facilities. These improvements will benefit not only the project, but will also remedy deficiencies in existing infrastructure at no cost of existing residences. The town finds that the project complies with and implements the general plan. The town also finds that the project provides significant public benefits to the town over and above those mitigation measures or conditions of approval necessary to address the project's demands or impacts. Not demands. That's it.
So my follow-up question, sorry to put you off more, would be because some of that wasn't done, does that render that, like kind of a shortfall in the EIR? Given there was only 92 units of affordable housing built out of 225, there have been things that didn't come to fruition? Or is that quantifiable in a CEQA analysis?
It's not exactly quantifiable, and also because the time to challenge the CIR elapsed 14 years ago, there's nothing that can be done about it now. The fact that some of the anticipated benefits didn't happen. I mean, if the council at the time had known that some of those things wouldn't happen, maybe they would have made different findings. Maybe they wouldn't have adopted a statement of overrides. I don't know, but the EIR is valid.
Yeah, how does that work if things don't happen that were supposed to happen?
If you have mitigation measures that don't come to fruition, anyone can sue over that. I mean, that's pretty well documented. But if you have assumptions in a statement of overrides that don't come to fruition, I'm not aware of a way to go back and challenge the validity of the statement of overrides.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any more questions on the environmental side of this? Pretty much.
Jan, I have questions. I can't tell you whether they're going to be environmental or not.
Okay. Well, the environmental I'm focusing on is...
Well, then let me say this statement first. Because as I see it, it isn't my job to determine the appropriateness of the current EIR, but whether or not this project conforms to the specific plan and is therefore exempt from further environmental studies. That is all I need to determine. So I don't know what to tell you about that. Does that make sense? The only way you can have further environmental studies is if we find this project not in conformance with the specific plan. That is what our question is tonight. Is it conforming to the specific plan or not?
Okay. I'm also interested in whether there's any change in circumstances that have an significant environmental impact. You don't have to ask questions on them if you don't want to.
I just don't want to lose my chance to ask any questions.
You're not losing any chance to ask questions. Teresa, do you have any questions environmentally related?
About the status of the visual.
So there is a visual resources section of the EIR. There is a component that shows the 89 North view corridor of the building, and it does have some visual renderings that I tried to look it up electronically, but it was a terrible scan. I could pass it around if you'd like to take a look at it and see how it compares to the existing project as shown.
That'd be helpful.
That's this. So there was no roundabout. That doesn't look right. Oh, and this would have been Hennis, right? Is this
And this
Hennis?
is the gas station that was right on the
Oh,
corner.
you just can't see down far enough.
Can I forbear on one of you to summarize what just occurred for the record?
There are several or a couple renderings within the the Grays Crossing EIR that shows existing at the time view of on 89 North looking north, driving up 89 North looking at the project site. There's 2 points that are shown, one at the first roundabout, which is the Hennis Road 89 North roundabout, and then there's a viewpoint B, which is the second view that you looked at, is at the second roundabout, which is the Prosser Dam Road roundabout. And you compared you looked at the rendering to see how it compared to the rendering provided by the applicant today.
Okay. Are there any additional questions on the visual?
No.
Okay, now let's just move on to general questioning, and if someone forgot an environmental question, feel free to ask it.
Great, thank you. Okay, so Grays Crossing specific plan on page 62 allows for a parking reduction of 25% for 2 or more non-residential uses with differing peak times. So this is a question for staff. Does this include a reduction in the residential parking as well, or is it just in the non-residential parking?
The lofts calculation that was provided in your presentation today includes the residential, because we originally were proposing or thought that the proposal would be that they're live-work lofts where the live doesn't have a necessary, if they're coupled together, they don't have a requirement for parking. That wasn't included in the original discussion, but the current one you're looking at does have a shared parking reduction for all the residential lofts, the fourplex, and the commercial uses, aside from the gas station and car wash.
But what I'm asking is that what the specific plan is allowing, or is that a misinterpretation?
It may have been an oversight for this on-the-fly discussion about lofts parking, but we could do a new calculation based off of just a reduction off of the commercial, the non-residential uses, and then add the residential component parking on top of that, if you'd like. In other situations, do we apply that 25%? Because we have bonuses like that downtown. Does that get applied to the residential there, or does that just get applied to the commercial? In other locations in town, we do have a mixed use incentive where there are other development standards that would need to be met in order to be provided a reduction in parking. It's not necessarily a 25% reduction for the mixed use incentive. We also have something similar to what's in the Grays Crossing specific plan about a shared parking reduction for, I believe it's non-residential uses only. So it is similar in language to what's in the specific plan.
Yeah, that was pulled out of the development code even from way back in 2004, and that currently exists in our development code, where the 25% reduction is for 2 or more non-residential uses.
So technically, we should be requiring more parking for the residential and not taking the 25% discount.
If you're going with that option of uncoupling and using the loft calculation.
Okay, just curious. Thank you. There was a mention in the, you guys probably know I'm not a huge fan of paving the planet. So there's a mention in one of the public comments about permeable pavements. Is that ever an option to require or request?
I think you could definitely request it of the applicants. We don't have a requirement for permeable pavers. Oftentimes, people request permeable pavers to have a reduction in site coverage, or to have, more site coverage, since it's considered permeable in some cases. But
I would just add that in general, the permeable pavement, pavers may work, but the pavement, we don't have a lot of success for it, just because the voids get filled up with water and then they freeze and it breaks. So in general, it's not something that we would recommend.
Thank you. I'm not sure how to start with this one, but why are there no street frontage sidewalks or bike lanes required along 89?
Well, I think part of the issue is that it's Caltrans right-of-way. This project does not actually abut Highway 89. So we don't have any ability to make them put sidewalks in along 89 because they don't own the land. nor do we.
I would also note that it's not identified within the Trails and Bikeways Master Plan, and that was one of the reasons that we, as staff, looked at not requiring that as part of the project.
Okay, having been out to the site, or even if you look at Google Maps, there's sidewalks that go around both of the edges of the roundabouts that then sort of die out into nothing. As far as pedestrian safety, as far as kids walking to the school, as far as greenhouse gas reductions, including encouraging people to walk, childhood obesity, maintaining our character as an outdoor-oriented town, I would like to look into how we get those built. Moving on. There has been talk in some of the public comment about a petition. I have not seen it. What is the text of the petition? How many current signatures are on there? Is there any way we can, has that been submitted somehow?
I believe it's in your July 16th packet.
Yeah, that was from Dan Dickerman. So if you want us to pull up that public comment, we can look at that.
Was the petition in there? Did I just missed it in his public comment?
I'm seeing a nod of yes.
Can we just pull up the text of that, maybe?
If you give us a minute, we can.
Okay, I will move on for now. Okay, so on page 2 of the Grays Crossing specific plan, it states that there will be 48 attached housing units in a village setting ranging from studio flats to 3 to 4 bedroom townhomes. That to me sounds like the attached housing units need to have all of those studio flats to 3 to 4 bedroom instead of just the lofts having the studio flats. Is anyone else reading that way, or I could be not correct?
What page are you on? Because I have the specific plan open, but I'm not.
That is page 2 of the Grays Crossing specific plan. And the quote says exactly 48 attached housing units in a village setting ranging from studio flats to 3 and 4 bedroom townhomes.
I've also put up the, you're looking at the petition.
I am. Can I have a second to read that?
How many attached housing units have been built already, kind of peripheral to the village?
17.
17. But that was part of the 48, right?
Yes.
So there was technically 31 left.
This might be something the applicant can help us with. Thank you, Mr. Wood. Why don't you go ahead and try to clarify matters?
Yeah, just I think you're combining that one statement into kind of one sentence, and it's studio flats, and then it's 3 and 4 bedroom townhomes. So originally anticipated in there was probably a duplication of the Deerfield townhomes kind of down through the project. And the studio flats were not necessarily 3 and 4 bedroom, they were smaller units in the original plan. And the 21 lofts. I mean, we had row housing, and we had a variety of housing types as well in those other plans, like we have today.
Do you guys have page 2 of the specific plan? That's page 2 of the.
Did you want me to? You wanted me to pull it up? Is that?
Oh, I can pull it up on mine. What is staff's take on that? Is that supposed to be studio flats in attached housing units?
I think our general understanding of this section is that the 48 attached housing units are supposed to be studio flats to 3 and 4 bedroom townhomes. I think there's a separate location that says there's the 21 live-work lofts above the retail floor. It doesn't have a specific idea of how many bedrooms for each of those, but my understanding is the attached housing and the lofts are 2 separate items within the specific plan.
Okay, thank you.
While we're on this, I want to clarify. I understood we have 17 townhomes already developed on it right next door, and then the applicant's proposing 21 loft units, 24 townhomes, and 1 fourplex.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
So I have a quick question about the gas station study that was included in this month's staff report. It looks like that gas station study included 8 pumps with 16 fueling stations. Is that correct?
Yeah, so you have 8 pumps and you have access on each side.
So currently we have 4 pumps with 8 fueling stations.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, the other way.
Let me speak to that because I'm more knowledgeable on that. That study that was done did several different scenarios. So it looked at 8 pumps, 4 pumps, 6 pumps. It looked at different sizes. But what we've agreed to is 4 pumps. You can access gas on either side. That's it, just 4 pumps. But the study had many different scenarios.
Consistent with the specific plan is what I think you're getting at, is the four pumps and 1 on each side.
They're actually, it's 8 pumps, it's 4 stations.
Yes. So you'd have 4 rectangles with a pump handle on each side. I know.
It looked to me like the study, though, didn't actually have the lower amount, did it?
The market study, is that what you're getting at? I think that's what Jim was alluding to, is that's slightly different.
I can look at it again, it's fine. And while you're up here, Mr. Wood, does the gas station include diesel? There was a public comment from Steve Bauman about diesel then sort of involving bringing in more larger vehicles, 18-wheelers, big rigs to the area.
I don't think that was specified either way. Yeah.
It was looked at in the study
Yeah.
as a piece of study, but that is not what we're proposing at all.
The gas station then would not have diesel, it would just be...
Excuse me for interrupting, but we're not picking up comments from the audience. If you have something to say, you're going to have to pass a note or go up and whisper in his ear and let Mr. Wood speak, or identify yourself at the podium and speak yourself. Otherwise, we're not getting you on the record. Thank you.
We hadn't identified diesel either way in our application, and nor is it identified in the specific plan. But am I safe that you're not proposing diesel?
We are not proposing diesel.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm still concerned about the 50-foot riparian setback. I'm concerned about water contamination from the gas station, from a car wash. I don't know if it wasn't on the drawing, were those impacts assessed previously? That's for staff.
There are mitigation measures. There was a wetland delineation done as part of the EIR. It may not have come through on the tentative map that's within the specific plan, but it was identified in the EIR. And then the actual formalized delineation on the final map was completed as part of the final map through U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and other state agencies that have a stake in the.
And that's how the bridge was built and all that. That was all approved through the Corps prior to us putting in the bridge and the abutments and all that. All those formal delineations occurred.
So are there any other special considerations that are made for a gas station that is abutting a 50-foot riparian corridor?
There's certain setbacks from tanks from the fuel tanks themselves to like the water line and stuff like that, I've already met with TDPUD to make sure that we adhere to those. So we've checked at that. There's state regulations that you have to get certain permitting for the tanks and those type of things. Typically these things have clarifiers and different things that you don't have runoff from that. It goes through a clarifier prior to discharge, similar to where we did at the Natural Resource Management Center out at Old Greenwood, where they have fueling pumps and things like that. All of that will be integrated in here in conformance with state law. But as far as the EIR and the setback from the 50-foot setback, we're not going to have, dirty water from the gas station discharging into that. It just won't work that way. It's engineered to where it doesn't. Yeah. Yeah, and we'll obviously have a fuel spill plan that's part of the project as well.
Susie, can I ask the applicant a question on this theme?
Yeah.
Would the applicant come to the podium, please? So I recognize that the gas station's an allowed use and you have every right to do it. I think it's at the forefront of the concerned community's, feelings and kind of sense of non-compatibility with the whole project or the intent of the village, even though it was an allowed use from the beginning. Is it a deal breaker? Would you take it off? Would you agree to not have the gas station and propose something else that would be beneficial, both financially and for the community?
At this point, I believe the gas station is a deal breaker, to be honest.
You do? Okay. I figured we might as well put it out there. I mean, why not?
It is. And Martin did a very nice job. But yeah, these gas stations these aren't your gas stations from the 1950s. These things are set up double-hulled tanks with alarms. You could have a flood, and these gas tanks are going to be very secure in the ground.
Okay. And what about the car wash? Are you dead set on having the car wash there? Because I don't think that was really ever considered as part of this planning process, other than the gas station and convenience store. I don't think that was ever discussed.
The car wash, in my mind, is a very important piece of this. Again, there's a lot of things we've done in this project to try to, come to the table, whether that's low-income housing, getting rid of some units. Every time we take something that generates a profit, it makes this, less viable. Now, does that mean that the car wash is a deal breaker? I'm going to say the car wash is not a deal breaker. The gas is a deal breaker. Car wash is not. But it is an important piece of this whole project.
Right. And I think it's important to recognize that this is all a give and take. You're trying to do everything right and do all the things that are required by this specific plan, and that's so commendable. But I was on the commission in 2004, and this was a big back and forth from a community standpoint. There were a lot of public benefits offered, a lot of workforce and affordable housing to kind of couple with the fact that a huge portion of the community did not want another golf course, and in fact, the general plan right after that specified no more golf courses. So the reality is something like this probably would never have been approved, at least not today. So I think it's important to recognize that it's all about give and take. There's a 20% affordability requirement as part of this. So that's part of that, in a sense, impact fee. You're creating jobs, you're creating a need, and that gets recognized with the provision of locals housing.
And I do understand the give and take. And again, I would fall back to, I'm just trying to live up to the plan that was on the books when I came into this.
I recognize and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Can I interject a few questions on the car wash? Because I need to understand what are the negative aspects of the car wash? And I'm going to go to staff first, and if you're able to address noise from this particular car wash in the answer.
I don't think we're equipped on that information. If you have questions about noise or impacts, I would direct that to the applicant team.
Okay.
I mean, in general, with our noise standards that we have, it has to be a sustained noise for a certain amount of time within an hour, which most car washes don't have that, because you run through a car wash in, 5 to 7 minutes, which doesn't meet typically our thresholds for kind of what excessive noise would be.
Okay. There were at least several community objections to the car wash, but I couldn't tell exactly. There was one had to do with noise, and then I couldn't tell if it was the appearance, and in terms of appearance, I got the sense they were talking about not this car wash, but car washes in general, maybe the one over by McDonald's or somewhere else. I'm looking at the architectural design here, and I know it's tricky for me to be asking the applicant what's bad about the car wash, but that's where I'm left. I'm trying to understand what accounts for.
You know, when we put that in, again, I get it. Public, some are for the gas station, some are against, but the car wash, we thought if the gas station's going in, it's a great amenity for Truckee. You guys don't have a lot of them. As far as noise, they're internal. We're not going to have outside bays. It's not going to be the old 60s CMU, you know, ugly. It's nice architecture consistent with the gas station, and the noise is interior, and I think Danielle gave a great explanation of the short duration, but that's the outside emittance of noise should be very minimal.
Okay, here comes Mr. Abadi.
Yeah. And I don't have the decibel range on these gas stations, but I know from my experience, I'm not gas station, with the car wash, but from my experience, the traffic is going to be louder in the gas station than the car wash. The issue with the car wash, they are very quiet. You will get more noise when the blower comes on. The blower comes on for 30 seconds of an 8-minute car wash. But again, the louder noise you're going to hear is going to be normal traffic going up and down. These car washes are very automated and quiet these days.
Does the car wash run 24 hours?
No, we won't be running the car wash 24 hours. Oh, we could if you'd like.
What about idling cars? I think that was a concern that's been raised, and I know I've had that concern, is the queuing of the cars and the idling. I mean, that's what happens at most car washes.
Let me address my question this way in regard to that. How far away is the nearest residence to the car wash?
While Yumi looks that up, I would say that in our consideration of the public comment that's been made so far, I think the concerns we've heard from the neighbors have been about the intensity of the gas station itself. So numbers of pumps, the noise, the traffic. I think it's cumulative the way that it's been described to us, that it's the car wash plus the gas station plus the convenience store.
Okay. Is Hennis Flats closer than any Grady's residence?
We think so, but we're getting our measuring tool ready.
And for perspective, the town has a precedent for having a gas station next to residential with the Fast Lane gas station that your commission approved workforce housing for the Fast Lane employees to be next to the car wash.
I'd say it's 300 feet probably from Hennis Flats. Oh, okay.
And what about the
I'm off 10%.
fourplex? That's like the next closest, or is that closer?
That's got to be closer than Hennis Flats, but it does have a lot of trees in between. I don't know if you pull in the distance now, Yumi.
Okay.
Would you be open to moving the fourplex out of that location so it's not between these kind of transient uses, sort of the high or the workforce housing, and move it to with the rest of the residential?
I laugh a little bit that you bring that up because we've probably looked at 7 different iterations of where we put the fourplex, and we landed where we landed, and the reason we put it there is it made the park that much cooler because we had it internal on a many renditions before that, and we still wanted that connected to the street, but we wanted that park to be large, so we were balancing all those considerations.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the users of the fourplex crossing that road that's going to really be a transient, gas station, hotel usage, and more of that highway or off, not necessarily the local people, it's more visitors and speeds and such.
No, that's a good comment. I would just say that what's integrated in the plan, we're talking about 2 12-foot lanes, curb and gutter, so it's a fairly narrow street. It's not a collector or arterial. And it's going to have, sidewalks basically on both sides in that area. And one thing you see with the different type of asphalt and concrete that we have in the village area is we're trying to create those pedestrian crossings where there's good sight distance, which there's very good sight distance there, to kind of create that interaction between the different amenities throughout the village. So that was intentional.
So why why would it be there instead of where the mixed-use one building is? Wouldn't it make more sense to have retail closer to the highway and have the house back at the other end of the park?
Explain again, you're saying which, so what's the?
There's a building there labeled MU1, right there.
Okay.
It seems to me that retail would make more sense where the fourplex currently is, and the fourplex would make more sense where the MU1 currently is.
I guess if you're talking about the area immediately south of where that building is that you pointed to, kind of in the village core, one reason there's no buildings there where you see that empty space there's a sewer main that goes through there that basically takes all of Hennis Flats through that area. So that's why we don't have any buildings located in that location.
No, I'm talking about switching the fourplex and MU1.
Yeah, the buildings aren't the same size. You wouldn't have the setback, and then we'd have one constraint just overarching on this thing is we are trying to build out the plan. So that road alignment that was built and all that stuff was based on the 2008 village plan. And it has, basically it was a couple $1 million, I think, to build all that stuff. And those roads, the bridge, and the alignment are all based on that 2008 plan. So we didn't really have the luxury of shifting the road over to accommodate a larger building type. That was the reasoning. And the commercial core, we wanted the synergy between the hotel and all of those office uses and the loft to create the synergy at the north.
I noticed that the existing road sits quite a bit lower than the topography. So how is everything going to be graded and cut in, or will there be like a mass pad? But I noticed that there's the road and then the topography sloped up.
You're correct. There's kind of some cut slopes kind of in the southern region, just north of the bridge by about 100 feet. You start going into a cut area, probably in the neighborhood of 3.5 feet, something like that. And that was, it had design considerations when we originally built it off of the 2008 plan. Our consideration with the parking lot that wraps south of the hotel and going down, that will be in slight cut. And there's some advantages to that for visibility. It kind of sinks the cars down in the topography. And the fourplex would be basically at grade or slightly in cut so we can still make good connectivity to the sidewalk.
And are you looking at retaining walls, or is there going to be like rock riprap or areas where there's going to be significant retention? I'm looking specifically at the parking lots and then also the hotel.
No, those are good questions. Truckee typically discourages pad building, so a hotel or a footprint like that is obviously going to have kind of a large pad, and that's also why it's positioned in one of the flattest places on the site. Some of these other units that are smaller, they get integrated with step foundations. We do waterproofing along the foundation edges and different techniques that allow us to basically do the least amount of grading and fit some of these units in. So we'll have some of these with use of the foundation techniques on some of these townhomes and the way that they step to the patios. We step with the terrain, and that helps the grading work.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You mentioned you added berming and landscaping. Oops, you mentioned that you added berming and landscaping. Where is that going to happen?
We've not added it physically, I guess, on the plan, but what we had talked about is the opportunity. It came from a comment from the HOA. It basically wanted some additional screening. So one of my meetings with the HOA, I think, Vice President, Mr. Steve, we basically identified some areas where we have some potential to berm and add some additional landscaping. And that would be south of the car. We obviously, for any good, successful business, we don't want to lose our view from the roundabout. But south of the gas station, we have some opportunities there. There's some space that we can do some berming and some additional plantings. Additionally, we have that vacant piece, I think it's at Lot H to the southeast across the tributary, because it was a concern of the view shed coming from Hennis Road. We have some opportunities there that we could do some additional screening. Yeah, okay. One thing Dale's reminding me of is since the footprint of the gas station did get smaller by 1,000 square feet or more, we have a little bit more landscaping that's shown on the backside of the gas station. So if we want to shield that from the townhomes on the opposite side of Edwin Way, we have that opportunity as well.
Could a small grocery store come into one of those retail spaces? Is there something that prevents it from happening?
No, absolutely not. Neighborhood commercial for that very reason, and a ton of discussions throughout the years of how this project would develop out. The town wanted that neighborhood commercial for a whole litany of uses that might come in, and that would be one of them that could happen.
Okay, so it's just a matter of finding somebody who's willing to come in.
Absolutely, and that's why we didn't want the coupling of the units with the lower space. That also allows larger units to occur.
Okay, so there's been some questions from the public about the general plan versus specific plan on this one. Dan Dickerman listed some in his most recent email. I also see the stipulation in our economic development element of our general plan, action A8.2, that the town doesn't promote businesses outside the downtown core that compete directly with downtown businesses. Does this apply to gas stations or not? That's for staff.
So, I mean, you're referencing the current general plan, and when this specific plan was put together, it was based on the 1996 general plan, and the general plan consistency was determined at the time the specific plan was adopted. So our current economic development element doesn't apply.
I thought that the current general plan had to be consistent with the Grays Crossing specific plan. That's what Yumi had said to me, because I've been totally confused as to what document governs what and what am I looking at and I get that it was done with the old general plan because that's what was in place, but then I was told that the new general plan must be consistent with the specific plan. Did you hear that as well? And then our current general plan refers to Grays Crossing with some specific policies.
Andy's going to correct me.
The specific plan and the development code and anything else the town does have to be consistent with our current general plan. But I think that we have not read that prohibition as a hard prohibition that would mean that no business can be located anywhere in town if there's an analogous business downtown. That's just, I don't think anyone thinks that that's what that means. And it is worth pointing out that, downtown until recently had 3 gas stations and now it only has 2. So on some level, adding this gas station might simply functionally replace the former flyer station that used to exist.
Okay. So I have some smaller questions and one big question remaining. I don't know where to go with this, but we talked about trees last time. I sort of got the eye roll from everybody here, but I'm going to persist because we did get some public comment on it. The page 20 of the Grays Crossing specific plan states that the setbacks for the attached housing, setbacks and standards may be adjusted to avoid tree loss. Did you even look or apply this standard anywhere?
Absolutely. The twisting and siding of the units along the golf course and where the driveways were placed and all that were a direct reflection of where sizable trees could be retained. And still, obviously you're competing trying to get housing. So you're going to lose trees and there's going to be tree removal, but everything from the alignment of the roadway to how the units are twisted and turned, and whether it's a side entry garage or a front entry garage, all that related to tree analysis.
Okay, and then Ralph Godon mentioned a requirement to plant 2 trees for every tree cut down. Is there any way to request that? That's for staff.
Unless it's specified in the specific plan, we don't believe that there's a nexus to that.
Okay.
And it's very difficult to make kind of ad hoc exactions. It's difficult to impose sort of unique requirements on a particular project where there's no town standard that requires them.
And some of this is, I just would like to have the public comment sort of noted so that it's noted that we read them, and I care about what was said. So then to get to some specifics of the architecture, the Grace Crossing specific plan has a roofs section. It's page 60 of the specific plan. This says the roof line at the top of the structure shall not run in continuous plane for more than 60 feet without offsetting or jogging the roof plane. I don't know if you have a picture of the north hotel elevation. It appears to be unbroken for way more than 60 feet. I can show you my copy if you want. Additionally, the east elevation appears to go, from my estimate, the first one is 170 feet without offset or jog, and the east elevation appears to be 80-some feet without an offset or jog. So that one's the north one. And this one is the east one.
I guess what I can offer probably to that point about specifics to architecture, we did go through significant design review. We made revisions based on an architectural panel that was there that gave comments, and the architectural team made significant changes to that. Additionally, there is a condition of approval in there, I think, that requires us to go back to staff for additional review on the final drawings of architectural. So if there's something in particular that you're concerned about, we could certainly look at integrating in some changes to make it to your liking.
I do think that those both elevations are not in compliance with the specific plan. Then there's also a section on color, and it says lots of things about subdued colors, and my question to you is, that looks like a primary color, not a subdued color to me. And that the color should be compatible with the colors of adjacent buildings. Maybe this is just my printer, but that's darn orange and yellow to me. Is this a rendering issue?
It could be a printer where you don't always get the exact tone of what you're going for, but we're open to suggestions on color. There's trying to make something attractive, but it's obviously the eye of the beholder, and we look forward to your comments.
Okay, I don't think that it's compatible with the colors that are on the townhomes. I would suggest that a materials palette would have to be submitted to the planning department before final approval. So that's.
Yumi, would that be consistent with the condition that you have in the staff report? Basically, we'd be going back for colors, final architecture, all that. You had that in that one condition?
I did have a condition. There is room, the planning commission could amend the condition to, if there are specific things that you would like to see changed. It was a pretty broad condition, I think. So if there is specific concerns, I would say we can amend that.
Okay, so then I'm done with the little questions. I have one. This is the big question of the night here. So the specific plan has this statement in not just one place, but two places. On page 1 and also page 21. It says the specific plan district for mixed-use village center is intended to provide land area for a range of retail, office, lodging services, and business activity relating to the needs of the recreational activities and surrounding neighborhoods. So I think what we're hearing from the public is they don't feel that it's the needs of the surrounding neighborhoods that have been addressed. Yeah, what are your comments on that?
I think obviously the residential commercial is exactly that. We're trying to tailor something for the residential neighborhood. That could be coffee shops, that could be a bike shop. That we have this trail network where we have the synergy between the different buildings, and we're trying to create that nexus where people in the neighborhood are going to utilize this area. And as the chair indicated, if a store goes in there, we don't know what the end uses are, but they're going to be neighborhood commercial and serving of the greater neighborhood. If the main question is in terms of the gas station where there's been an indication that it's for transient use, my argument would be, why can't it be both? It's going to serve the neighborhood. There's no gas station up Highway 89 corridor. There's a ton of existing houses that have to fill up their gas tank every day. Pine Forest, Prosser Lakeview, all of those residents can utilize that facility. If we capture, like every business, we want them to be successful. If they capture some, traffic that may exit I-80 and utilize that gas station, we think it's going to serve both. So it's not one or the other. We think it's definitely serves the neighborhood in a great capacity, but it can also serve, people that may be traveling. So.
Okay, so then one more note on this, the needs of the surrounding neighborhoods. Have you considered partnering with any of the local community entities that are currently looking for locations, such as the Kids Zone, the library, the Boys and Girls Club of North Lake Tahoe? I feel that this might help kind of sweeten the deal for the neighborhood and make them feel like there is a community need that is being addressed directly. Have you considered that?
Yeah, I think that's the reason for the convention addition to the plan from our original application, or the, not convention, the meeting center. For groups and stuff like that, is that what you're indicating? We think that's going to be...
No, I'm talking about permanent locations for community entities. I'm not talking about one-time uses.
I guess I would say in the original specific plan where I identified, a church or a theater or something like that, for many years that was entertained. I know when the Recs department was looking at whether to remodel some of the downtown facilities, or they looked at Grace Crossing, and there was, for years that's been looked at, and it's always been passed over. And so it's gone forth where we've identified, a quality plan in conjunction with the specific plan. It's not like we try to exclude a group. We just haven't had, over the many years, a group that has went in and wanted a facility at that site. Again, I would default to, I think the rec center, the aquatic center is amazing, and that was all a result from the donation from Grace Crossing initially as part of this project.
I do feel that that is what the community feels that is missing in this project, is a direct community needs being addressed in this location. And with that, I am done with my questions.
I'd like to follow up just briefly on what you were just asked about, needs of surrounding community. How can community members be involved in who or what fills the commercial spaces? How do they get involved in that? Because right now we don't know, beyond retail, what's going to go into a lot of these sites, and that seems to partly relate to the concerns of people in Grace Crossing. Are these going to be places where I would want to go to shop, whether it's a cup of coffee or a I love Truckee t-shirt or something better than that?
That's a great question. I guess the best way I can answer that question is projects like this, you try to integrate in universability in design. That, if somebody wants to come in and take, 4,000 square feet and, create an outdoor space for a restaurant, that can be accommodated in this type of project. If somebody wants, 800 square feet and wants a high-end bicycle shop, repair shop, that can be accommodated. We build in an amount of square footage that has a whole range of neighborhood uses, and the market somewhat dictates that, and also what the neighborhood wants to spend their money and support. So I could definitely see a really cool coffee shop in there. If I lived in Grace Crossing, I absolutely would support a business that is like that. Similarly, there's other uses like that that I think this project will capture if it's built.
Okay. Nothing, though, prevents an outlet store from coming in there and trying to attract freeway.
Well, there is a list of uses. I think Yumi could probably list those that are specifically identified, but I guess I would just say that's not likely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And that, actually, I want to go to staff on that. Is staff able to kind of give us an idea of how members of the community could have some kind of influence in what businesses go into the village of Grace? Well, one example, would any of these smaller projects have to come before the Planning Commission, or would they be ministerial things handled by the staff?
They're all zoning clearances, so they would all be done by staff. There aren't any conditional use permits that are allowed within the Grays Crossing specific plan area.
Okay. So there wouldn't be any publicly noticed formal opportunity for people to become involved. Okay. And then on the question of whether nonprofits could come in, the situation is, what you're telling us is a lot of land was already dedicated for public use, and the developer for this project is not ready to dedicate additional land for one nonprofit or another.
Yeah, it's not an absolute, but yes, that was, as part of the original Grays Crossing plan, I mean, everything from the school land dedication to the rec center to the property that Frischman Hollow is built on to 8 miles of trail. I mean, I think it totaled, back in the day when it was constructed, it was $30 to $35 million of public benefit that was given to the public as part of this project. And yes, to Nikki's point about all of it not being built out, that's twofold. There's additional parcels out there, and you guys will get a crack at those that haven't seen the impacts built also. There's units on Lot D and those other parcels that haven't seen fruition. So they haven't seen any density bonuses either, but a majority of the public benefits has occurred. I mean, there's been a significant thing that's been brought to Truckee as part of this project.
Okay, but a nonprofit, if they can come up with the money, they can come in and say, I want to buy that piece of land in the village of Grays and
yes,
put in Sierra Community House or Project Mana or Kid Zone or okay.
I would
right
like
next
to
to the gas station.
I would like to make a quick note, though, that sentence I read pertained specifically to the village. That was not the entire development. The village is supposed to be meeting the needs of the surrounding neighborhoods.
I have a question for Martin. I'm curious why you're working with two different architects for the hotel and the conference center versus the residential units. And as someone with an architectural background, it's quite apparent that the residential units are at a very high level. The architecture is stunning and high quality, and like you said, the mountain modern, kind of edgy. And I think it's very compatible with Grays, now that I'm reviewing many of the homes that come through there. So I'm curious because I have criticism over the hotel. It looks very corporate. It's generic. Susie touched on the length of the roof. I have issues with that as well. When the first village proposal came forward and Jen Wright wanted the 100-foot stucco wall, it was like a deal breaker. So that's always kind of been out there is this high level of architecture. So I'm curious as to why that wasn't the intent with the hotel and conference center.
I guess the best way I can explain it on this is there was a relationship on some homes that were being built in Grays Crossing with Claire Walton's group, and they had a relationship with the builder that they want to utilize for this project and the developer. And in conjunction with that, Dale Cox Architects, experience with different hotels and different architecture. The two of them worked together in developing, crossover palette. We didn't want everything to be the same. I know from a very early, but if you're implying that there was one group doing this and one of that, that's partially true, but they were working together at the same time as the plan came together.
I'm just saying from I don't know anything about history or background. I'm just looking at, face value, kind of the difference, and that the hotel has this corporate Anywhere USA look, and the residential units and mixed use they look, like architecturally designed and this kind of higher level, like special. That I would kind of, back to when the specific plan was designed and Hart Howerton did those amazing sketches, and it was like, oh, we got this high level. That's what Grays Crossing is about, kind of maintaining that level.
Again, it's kind of the eye of the beholder. There's always different opinions, but I will say when the process started on this, The intent right from the beginning was to get away from, try to make it a Truckee product. I mean, similarly, one of the first things when I sat down with the developer and the architecture team is we looked at what recently was getting approved was the different renditions of Coburn Crossing and the Marriott. So not trying to mimic that, but trying to show how you take a corporate type building, if it was to be a Hyatt or a Marriott or whatever it is, and make it Truckee's. So they modified roof lines, they modified face reveals, materials, windows. Again, go into architectural review. Every architect in that room has a different comment.
I appreciate that. And I just was curious about kind of the process and the differences, but I appreciate your explanation.
Yeah.
And we can move on. I have a setback question. It seems like that the applicant is proposing a reduced setback from 89 of 14 feet, but the standard is 20 feet. Can you guys confirm that?
The village center doesn't have specified setbacks. It would be through this review to determine what would be the appropriate setback, and through the open space standards that are in the Grays Crossing specific plan.
So I thought I read something about 20 feet.
There was a staff recommendation to set it back to 20 feet.
Okay.
So to that comment, Nikki, we're not opposed to that. I mean, it's taking 6 feet out of the building. We just didn't think it was necessary because unique to Truckee, 89 is actually set back significantly. So you have a natural setback because that right of way is huge. Yeah. So, but if we need to accommodate additional 6 feet, we can do that within the building footprint.
What is the setback from just, let's say, the edge of 89, maybe edge of pavement? I know that, then there's kind of sagebrushy dirt, and then there's the split rail fence, and that, I'm guessing, is your property line?
Yeah, I'd be guessing, but I'd say it's probably 90 feet, something like that. I mean, it's a pretty good setback.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the additional setback would be from that split rail fence?
So again, we didn't think it was necessary, but we pick our battles. So.
Well, just because, I mean, there are the general plan, the specific plan speaks specifically about the open space corridors and the open space character of view sheds along Highway 89. So, I mean, there is verbiage
and as part
specific to that.
And if you're alluding to the Grays Crossing, I know there was significant as part of that approval to the north of that intersection of the northern roundabout. We have large setbacks going up there for that very reason. But it wasn't required south of the Prosser Dam Road intersection. We had additional corridor setback when we did phase 1 and 2 of Grays.
Are you talking about at the the Prosser Dam Road roundabout? Is that what you're talking about?
North of that, and that's why you'll see that
between Prosser
and Prosser Lakeview. Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that has an additional setback because that was determined. That's where you're correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions from Commission? Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Thank you.
Any more questions for staff?
I would like to follow up, and I probably know the answer, but the question was raised about talking to Caltrans about an access point off of 89 to access the gas station that would alleviate, I think, a lot of these issues of neighborhood compatibility and impacts and safety and all that.
Well, on an unrelated but semi-related topic, we do have a question that we've put before Caltrans on access on the other side of the highway, and whether or not that's access controlled. And we don't currently have an answer from them yet, as far as I'm aware. So it really boils down to whether or not they would allow an access off of 89 in that location, and we don't yet have an answer.
And if it is an access controlled highway, which I believe it is, yeah, we think it is, and the staff that we talked to thought it was too. It would require, I believe, it's not something that you can get access to unless there was some sort of unusual circumstance, it would require the California Transportation Commission to approve and would be a lengthy process to get approved, so.
But we haven't tried, so perhaps that could be something that we request staff to do, to come back with that to us. I mean, to me, it seems like a question that should be asked. I feel like it would have alleviated a lot of issues with this.
Can I interject on that?
Sure.
Sorry, I just want to answer your question.
Yeah.
I've done ALTA surveys on the majority of those properties along that entire corridor, whether it's Frischman Hollow or the Coachland area and the rec center. There's deeds, non-access deeds that are recorded for Caltrans for the entire section when the realignment occurred for there. And they basically identified you will have intersections at these locations and no other. And it's some pretty harsh language. It would, my guess, if you were ever to prevail on Caltrans, it would be a 10-year thing. Just, it's that big of a deal. So
I appreciate that. Thanks, Martin.
Okay, just following up on that, I thought at some point town had contacted, well, someone had contacted Caltrans earlier. I mean, that was from the last meeting, I thought. There was some discussion on the same issue. Any recollection of that?
I mean, Jenna had talked to them, but they haven't given us a formal response yet.
Okay. And then the town had looked into getting access on 267 for the, for up there next to the
Corporation Yard.
The corp yard, yeah.
We were not authorized for that.
Yeah. And then, so so that begs the question, how did Fastlane manage to get access on the 267? We have that little section of 267 down just this side of Marta's Valley where there's direct access. Is there any historical, who's been here a long time?
I mean, I think my understanding from being here when those projects were done is that they required as many combined points of access as they could so that they still had legal access.
Okay, thank you.
So that one serves the Hampton Inn, a future potential restaurant, as far as the sign says, and then the Fastlane gas station.
And some of those parcels have no other access to a public street except onto 267, and so you have to have some point of access. Whereas here, because there are other points of access possible on the public streets, I think that's why Caltrans might have a different answer.
Right. Thank you. Now, are there any more questions? Okay, let's move to deliberation. I can start it off, or someone else can if they'd like.
Okay. Chair Zabriskie, we had during our break here have Yumi put together a slide for you to use for your deliberation if you're interested. And it's really about sort of kind of how to tackle this project in deciding consistency with the specific plan as sort of your first question to answer. And then within that, your determination of yes or no and which direction you would want to go with that. So we thought it might be helpful if you just wanted to use that as part of your discussion. And obviously the issues under the yes would be some of the things that you've talked about, but it's not a comprehensive list.
There was also, you also had some bulleted items that I thought would help with the conversation as well. Architecture, site design, live work, sign program. I don't know.
Those are all part of it. I think we're trying to focus you to start first with the specific plan consistency, just as your first point of discussion to kind of help narrow your focus a little bit.
Okay, I can generally say, just looking at CEQA and the environmental document, that my concern was the extent to which the project itself diverges from the specific plan, and then whether there have been changed circumstances that weren't anticipated that have a severe adverse environmental impact. And that's why I went through the questioning at the beginning on what has changed in the specific plan. And really what stood out to me was there's a reduction in commercial space. And other than that, I considered all of the other changes in terms of an EIR as being minor. inconsequential. And then when I went and looked at what I thought might be changed circumstances, Mr. Dickerman and Mr. Brown both put me through my paces, as well as a number of other commenters who generally followed the theme that in 15 years there must be changed environmental circumstances that would require a new EIR. And what I saw in the EIR was it is looking out into the future. It is prospective. It was not looking at what the impact of the project would be on existing conditions. It was looking at the impact of the project on the future, taking into account all of the other projects known, planned, being built, or otherwise. And going through the questioning tonight and looking at the EIR and listening to what people had to say, I'm not encountering any new project or activity that was not contemplated. If anything, the projections in the EIR were anticipating a more dire circumstance than we have. I regret that we can't apply current CEQA rules, such as those concerning greenhouse gases or fire protection or the other changes that have been made to the CEQA. We're just precluded from doing that. We have to apply the CEQA law that existed at the time. So, basic summary, that's how I view the environmental analysis. I don't think we have a basis for or a reason for requiring additional, more in-depth environmental review.
Does that include making the necessary findings? Per the findings.
I agree with the findings that were provided by staff this evening. I didn't think the ones before were adequate, but that's beside the point. Out of an abundance of caution, I think these findings satisfy my concerns.
Well, I'll jump in then. I first want to say that I'm really impressed with the level of community input and outreach and concern. I think it's wonderful, and it's how we make our town a better community. And I encourage everyone who was participating to be part of the general plan update process, because that's where we really get to exercise our right to express the type of vision we have for the community and the future we want to have, and to reflect on decisions that were made in the past that perhaps weren't as thoughtful and maybe in line with the community values or where we are today. I feel better from I feel like my issues were addressed in terms of kind of the environmental assessment that was done in 2003 and the level of what was looked at. And I feel like that was done specifically to the traffic, and you had mentioned the others that maybe we can't really talk about, the fire, the public safety, et cetera. I'm still hung up on some of these bigger issues, things that are relevant to our general plan and the specific plan that are related to the village feel and the intent of the project. And so I went and I looked at the 2020 general plan land use element, and I read through that with regards to Gray's Crossing and what it says about that. And some of the pieces that I took away, that I highlighted, that give me pause on saying, yes, let's move forward with what's being proposed, are these. Protect wildlife habitat, preserve open space corridors connecting to adjacent open space lands, maintain the undeveloped open space character of the view sheds along Highway 89 and Interstate 80, develop the site as a destination recreational community. I feel like a car wash and a convenience store fly in the face of that. And then there was land use policy 1, manage growth so as to maintain the unique qualities and characters of the town as a small mountain community. Policy 1.1, All new development shall meet important community goals for design quality, open space preservation, and promotion of a livable, sustainable community. Development that does not fulfill these goals shall not be allowed. So I'm part of the GPAC. I'm working with the community a lot. And I will say, as someone who's lived here for over 20 years and who's working with people who've lived here for 30, 40, 50 years, many of us feel like the community character and the quality of life of this community has changed dramatically in the last 10, 15 years. And that's due to growth. It's due to intensity of growth, whether that's regional, whether that's local. And I think a lot of it has to do with poor planning and not really addressing impacts. That's where I come back to kind of the issue of the environmental review. We're stuck, we're where we are, we can't do anything. I can't ask for more review because they've done their due diligence and they can prove at the staff level that they've addressed the traffic and there won't be more cars and such. But can I say that our quality of life is not going to be impacted and those who live in this area will not be impacted? I can't say that because I know today my quality of life is not the same as it was when I approved this, when I recommended this in 2004. The intent back then was destination, village, focused on the residents. It was very clear that this was supposed to be focused on the people that live in this neighborhood. It was not to be drawing people off of I-80 with a generic hotel, and while there was a gas station, there wasn't a car wash, and there was never talk of a convenience store. So that's where I am tonight, is I don't feel comfortable supporting this as proposed. I think modifications need to be made. I think it needs to be more in line with this community-oriented development. And I think, Jan, you brought up some issues or some thoughts on kind of this community focus. I think without requirements, I think it's just, air. I think it falls short. So that's kind of the place I'm at, is our community character, our quality of life, not wanting to support something that feels very much highway oriented, drawing people off of 80, being the receiver site for people heading back to the bay to get gas before they go home.
Okay, you got a little ahead of me. I feel the issues you just raised are much more difficult and require discussion. Okay. Turning to the other council members, I want to just focus on the CEQA, whether you feel additional CEQA reviews required. Looking at the decision pathway that's up here, can you focus on that, and then we'll get into this talking about the
I guess that goes back to my question. If that means, can I make the findings, then I feel like I can't. So if that requires more CEQA review, then the answer is yes.
Okay, let me find out in terms of the CEQA findings, what is it?
Well, it would just be the findings about consistency with the specific plan, and then kind of feeding into what Nikki had to say in terms of, community character, safety impacts, just that this proposal isn't directly tied to the intent of the specific plan. And that's finding 2. Chair Zabriskie, if I could add something, just on the decision pathway that you have there, if you are leaning toward, not consistent with the specific plan, you're certainly not solely limited to a CEQA determination there. That was just anticipating the questions you had last month related to more CEQA or no CEQA. So you certainly have an avenue to determine inconsistent with the specific plan for reasons that may be on the left-hand side or others, just to be clear.
And so I understand, where is it not consistent?
The specific plan provision that community character is the main is a very large component of how the project needs to function.
And what would make it consistent with community character?
I think relocation of the gas station, for me, would address the safety impacts and the impacts to the surrounding residential and existing residential. So I almost think it could be as simple as that.
and I'm not sure I would ever really support a new road off of 89. I think there are more safety impacts associated with that. So in my opinion, the gas station should just move to a less residential area to the north of the project site.
Okay. At the north end of the project, by Prosser Dam Road?
Closer to the retail and commercial.
Okay, how else does it fail? Is that your...
And I do think there's the remaining visual impacts associated with the hotel.
And how would you fix that?
Well, you know, the visual sim in the EIR did not look at that view shed. And so I think that's a bit of a miss. And I think we can really work on articulating some of those elevations from the roadway, from the roadway view shed, and a higher quality design through there to reduce those visual impacts. So I guess that would be another round of design review, or another, a design reiteration.
Can you provide any better guidance, more specific guidance?
Well, I'm actually okay with the colors. I'm just struggling with that south elevation wall. It's, you know, I'm seeing a lack of articulation. I'm seeing, like we were talking about, sort of a standard, not super Truckee centric style design. It would be nice if we could include a little bit more of a high quality design with that. And in terms of specifics, I don't, you know, I guess it's mostly just the height and the lack of articulation on those north and south, or mostly the north elevation.
Height. So.
I agree
What?
with Jerusha.
Okay, I'm not.
The north elevation is not in compliance with the specific plan.
Are you saying it could be that you could be satisfied by a height reduction that would still allow 3 stories, or that you think 3 stories just would be too high?
I don't think that I don't think that, you know, we can't live with 3 stories. I just think they need to work on getting some additional articulation in there. You know, whether that's different roof lines, additional windows, additional materials.
I agree. It almost looks like it's been mirrored, at least the west elevation kind of, there's just, not enough breakup, especially with those roof lines.
Okay, so Jerusha, it's 2 things. It's the relocation of gas station, and then the visual aspects of the south elevation wall, and then articulation and roof lines on the hotel.
Correct.
Those are the concerns regarding community character. Is there anything else besides community character that?
Those are the ones that really, that's what sticks out to me.
You ready? Okay, so I currently don't find it in compliance with the specific plan, and I will tell you why. As far as the community benefit, like they're supposed to be intended to provide land area for a range of retail, office, lodging services, and business activity relating to the needs of the recreational activities and surrounding neighborhoods. So I'm looking at the needs of surrounding neighborhoods. If we can, I would really like to get sidewalks and bike paths along 89. I know that's somebody else's property, but if it doesn't get developed with this project, so it never does. We have these dying sidewalks out there. Then as far as community character and benefit to the community, I'm looking at unit sizes. The previous iteration had lofts at 800 square feet. The current plan has lofts at 500 and 600 square feet, aside from the 2 that they've just remodeled to go to 800 square feet. in the Grace Crossing specific plan, the original buildings were somewhere around 1,800 square feet. The current plan, the units for the fourplex are 1,450, but then they go up to 1,984, 2,800, 2,700, 2,700. So what I don't see in this plan is myself. I live in an 1,100 square foot home. I have 3 bedrooms and 2 baths. They have 1,500 square foot 2-bedroom houses in this. So what I don't see is the village. I don't see the range of housing that they're required to provide. I see really, really small and really, really big and no middle. So that's part of the character of the community that appeared to be there in the original plan that is not there now. Yeah, the small got smaller and the big got bigger and the middle got left out. Then I just, the applicant team is trying to say that the gas station is helping to meet the needs of the surrounding neighborhoods, but I don't think you can call that a need when the overwhelming public comment is not in favor of the gas station. The specific plan calls for this to be serving recreational activities in the surrounding neighborhoods, but the BAE study calls out this development as a small convenience and auto-oriented commercial node. Further states, the village plan area's commercial uses will need to be designed to draw people via automobile from other locations in the town and those who are passing by the site on Highway 89. And then it also states the success of such uses, referring to fast food, gas, and coffee at this site, will rely heavily on drive-by traffic on Highway 89 and bring additional market support to business at this site. So again, this is not neighborhood serving. The overriding need in our entire community is for more affordable housing. The construction of these attached units leaves possibly no possibility within the framework of the current specific plan for Grays Crossing to build more smaller, more affordable units on Parcel D. That scares me. There's a possibility of a 100% affordable project going over there, and there's a possibility, and then there's this, which is so far out of anybody I know's range that it scares me.
Say out of somebody's range. What are you talking about?
The housing sizes. The 2,900. You want me to repeat the sizes again? So.
No, I saw some really small lofts, and
Right. So, the small got smaller and the big got bigger, right. And the middle is not there. So then, if we're going to be in compliance with the specific plan, if we're going to go for just meeting the specific plan, then you need to bring it back down to 120 units. If you want to bring in, okay, do 129 units, then bring in some more public benefit. Talk to the Kids Zone, talk to the library, talk to the Boys and Girls Club. Try and work with them to ensure that they can be in one of these spots and provide that public benefit. The general problem with the architecture is that the applicant appears to be trying to use architecture to make large buildings look not large. I just feel like the buildings are too large. It doesn't fit that original plan from 2004. It just doesn't make the village feel when these houses are so big. I feel like the hotel and the rest of the village are different. They don't seem related to me. They don't seem part of the village. And that is all I have.
Okay, I'm now looking at the project in terms of compliance with the general plan and how it achieves the town's goals. And I want to say, first of all, I'm thinking in terms of not just Grays Crossing, and certainly not just the people that are here this evening. I'm trying to take into account all the residents from Grays Crossing that did not show up tonight and the broader interest of the entire community. I'm looking at this project very much with an awareness of the additional build-out that's contemplated under the specific plan. The cottages and parcels D and F. In a sense, I feel that a deal was struck in 2003 when Commissioner Riley was on the commission, as she alluded to, that there was, in the context of the approvals at that time, a deal being made, which Mr. Wood alluded to in terms of all of the contributions and mitigation and dedications of land that were made by the developer at that time. Also, I sense that this project is consistent with what was envisioned at that time. And in fact, it includes additional affordable housing over and above what was being contemplated then. I very much appreciate the comments from the people who spoke tonight about preserving community character. Especially enjoyed hearing Ms. Duder talk about the small town feel. I share her appreciation, but I come to a different conclusion. In terms of preserving our mountain community, I think the general plan and specific plan correctly view this project as infill. It is surrounded by development. We have Interstate 80 immediately adjacent to the south. We have California State Highway 89 on the west. We have the Pomona development. We have the Prosser Lakeview, the Prosser Heights, the Prosser Dam Road, the houses up Alder Drive, Frischman Hollow, Hennis Flats, and then we have a flyway from the airport going overhead. And I would like to see the town doing infill, and this is that kind of project. Coming back to Ms. Duder, one of the things I especially love about this town is we are surrounded by wilderness. And I would like to see that wilderness preserved. If we're going to deny a hotel and the development here in town, soon enough we'll be watching the county approving a hotel just outside the town's boundaries. That is to say, if a hotel builder now sees a benefit, sees potential profit in building a hotel north of I-80, they're going to see that same profit going just outside the town limits, whether it's on Klondike Flats or one of the other small private in-holdings in the national forest north of here. I would rather that the town have control over that development and we don't see leapfrog development extending beyond the town's boundaries. In terms of the housing, this project adds 49 housing units. Okay, only 9 of them are affordable, but at least it's 49 additional units. And while the big get bigger and the small get smaller, as Commissioner Tarnay mentions, we do have small apartments included here, these lofts. These are really small lofts, 460 to 630 feet square, which could make it affordable for a number of people that otherwise cannot qualify for traditional affordable housing. I have considered both moving the gas station to the Prosser Dam entrance and trying to acquire an entrance on the highway. I think we've taken care of the entrance on the highway. I fully agree that having the gas station closer to Interstate 80 helps reduce greenhouse gas emissions, helps reduce traffic impacts for the simple reason it's at the first roundabout north of the freeway. So we're only affecting one roundabout, and it's the shortest distance to a gas station from the interstate. In addition, the other interchanges on Interstate 80 have worse traffic impacts right now. And what we're doing, what we would be doing if we approve this project, is shifting people getting off the freeway to use gas to the area that right now has the best traffic situation. So that would be a community-wide benefit. So that gives you an indication of that definitely I was ready to approve this project. My bigger concern with this project goes to the village feel, the community character associated with it. As Mr. Dickerman pointed out, that 2008 study looks more like a village, gives me anyway, just looking at it, more of a village feel because there's more of a sense of a central square, which is what you see in Europe and Latin America, and I appreciate that sense. At the same time, I'm not ready to second guess the developer on this point. They have strong reasons for feeling that that they get the requisite village feel in the in what they've proposed here, and I just don't see enough here to disagree with them on that fact. That I may have missed a few things, but that gives you a sense of what my primary concerns are. I'd look at what the other commissioners are saying, though, and I find it hard to say how to convince them otherwise, because I really don't have a sense of a south elevational wall or articulation or roof lines. I mean, I generally get it, but I don't know where we go with that. I feel like the developer has gone through enough review and discussion with staff and architectural review that if it was acceptable to those people, and apparently it was, it's acceptable to me. Just one side note, the sidewalk and bike paths do all connect. I use them regularly. And
we're talking about the ones along 89. The sidewalk ends after the roundabout and then starts again at the next roundabout.
That's because there's a bike path that parallels it.
There's no bike path. I rode it today.
Yeah, I was out there too. The sidewalk comes to a dead end and it hits dirt and there's no bike path.
No, I'm talking about the one that runs parallel to the highway over to the east.
Right, inside the community, which I had honestly, as a member of the public, no idea that existed until this project.
Okay. Well, maybe we should just publicize it because it's there.
I do feel that there should still be bike lanes.
Okay, there's a bike path that goes all the way across, and it's a lot nicer than riding along the highway, even with the sidewalk on the highway. So, anyway, okay.
Can I say one more thing? You're talking about
I'd love to get
the benefit of shifting the gas to a less utilized intersection. I do also see the benefit of bringing people into our downtown to get gas there and see how awesome our downtown is.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the gas stations are not overused. The one closed over 76, at the Donner Lake interchange. I mean, I don't think gas station, accessibility is a town issue or a town concern. I think we're dealing with the big issue, the elephant in the room, is the fact that this project was, the specific plan allowed this use, and it kind of creates this concern, with neighbors and others of challenging the overarching intent of the plan.
What's the mileage between roundabout 1 and roundabout 2? I mean, we're talking less than half a mile, right? I mean, it's minutia. I don't think saying, oh, the vehicle miles traveled, I get it. I mean, it's unfortunate, but I think the benefits of making that move, given the existing residential development that's, at Hennis and potentially Parcel D, would outweigh the location now.
Yeah, the roundabout down by Hennis Flats is essentially a double lane roundabout.
Whereas the other one's only single.
Yeah. And the other one, many people were concerned about the impact on the middle school, having a gas station near the middle school, and the entrance to the school is much closer to the Prosser Dam roundabout than it is to the one at Hennis Flat.
I thought some really interesting points were raised that I hadn't even considered tonight about kind of the uses associated with gas stations and convenience stores and being close to multifamily housing and intensified housing uses. I grew up walking distance to a 7-Eleven. I spent a lot of time there. It wasn't, probably the best place for a young girl to hang out. It did front a major road. So then those are things to think about that I hadn't thought about. And perhaps moving the gas station would actually make more sense beyond, like, from another perspective, not just the greenhouse gas emissions or the accessibility, but where we're locating this use that to me is not neighborhood oriented or really conducive to a community. That's all.
I thought you were going to say what a good experience it was.
Well, I have my positive memories, but as a parent now of 2 young boys, the thought of them hanging out at a convenience store and what the woman said about the transient nature, that's happening. It is. I mean, there were things brought up where I thought, wow, we shouldn't stick our head in the sand. We do need to be considering all of these things in our deliberation.
Is there any kind of direction we can provide? I don't think we're going to get the votes to approve this project, even changing conditions. So,
the direction that I would provide would be to try and bring in some more of that community benefit.
Can we be a little more specific? Because I think the applicant feels that it did.
I would suggest talking with the director of the Kids Zone, the Boys and Girls Club, or the library to try and address some of our large overarching community needs.
Well, and I would add on to that as well. Do you want to hear?
Well, I
also feel that would bring more of a local community.
Are you saying that you want the applicant to dedicate land for one of these nonprofits?
I have no idea how that would go. I would say contact them and see if there's any things that they can work together.
I'd like to make one point at this point. You might want to talk to the applicant right now about whether they want to take another stab at revising the project or whether they simply want to take their denial from the Planning Commission and appeal it to the council, which I assume they'll do if you deny it. But they are entitled to a decision. So if you can't find a way to approve it, that's totally fine. But this has come back before you several times. The applicant has made a number of attempts to try to revise the project. And I think it's worth hearing from them to find out whether they prefer to try yet again or whether they want to take their denial and appeal.
Okay. Yeah, would you stay there? Yeah.
I've heard the village has kind of come up in different contexts in the short time I've been here, but when you said they've been here several times, what were you alluding to?
Well, once, I guess. I mean,
okay.
But they have been before you. The point is that they are entitled to a decision of some kind. So it might be worth asking them whether they want that decision or whether they want to revise the project.
Okay. I think there was something in the staff report earlier about how this project's been at least 3 years old since the application was filed. Is that it?
They initially submitted a pre-application in 2016 and then their formal application, I think, in late 2017.
Okay.
And then multiple iterations of resubmittals. They went through architectural review. They were at commission last month.
Okay. Okay. I think the basic question for the applicant is whether they want to try and work something out. If they think we can work something out tonight, or they'd rather have us just make an up or down decision.
Do you guys want to take a 5-minute recess?
Yes.
Does that work with you?
Yes.
Yeah, would 5 minutes be okay?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Can we move the next item to another date? Can we not talk about the development code amendments, please?
You can ask, check with staff. Okay, we're Mr. Wood, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Talked to the development team and the owners in particular, and want to float a question to the commission and see if we can build consensus on this thing. Okay, so I don't, Yumi, can you bring up the site plan? Just any version, I guess. Okay, I'll first say I don't hear all the commissioners at the same mindset. I hear some different things, but we're trying to thread a needle here of something that's maybe makes it more palatable, that we want to see if you'll entertain and if it brings consensus to this, because we're trying to figure out whether if we have clear direction and we revise something, or what do we do. So the HOA at Grays had approached over the last 30 days us and the ownership about the potential of possibly doing something different down at the gas station. They have a constituency that's not a huge fan of the gas station. You know, some are okay, some are not, but there's a lot of them that don't want the gas station. So we had started looking at possibly doing some type of different use in the gas station location. We still think, don't get me wrong, we're a believer of this plan. I think it works economically, specific plan, it's a good project. But we would be willing, if it brings consensus to the commission, to basically take the gas station off this plan right now, and we would do additional planning efforts to see if something more palatable that the neighborhood would want would make a business sense, and we could bring that piece back in the future to the commission. That being said, obviously on the architectural comments, there's some different views of opinion, there's some modifications. I would still wholeheartedly agree that we would work with staff based on your comments. If you were able to bring consensus tonight, we would work with staff to obviously alleviate your concerns from colors, materials, articulation, all those different things that you were alluding to. We could deal with those things. But if the rest of the plan is kind of intact, I heard for the most part a lot of the components are there, a specific plan. There was just some details I hear that's different changes you guys want. So that's what we're offering, is basically, can we carve out the gas station? Can we look at a different use that might go there and see if that prevails? You know, it may be in the future we come back and look, we've looked at everything and we think the gas station's the best. And obviously you'd review that at that time, but we're hoping that brings consensus now on the rest of the plan. And so that's my question to the commission.
Staff, is that something that we can do?
Yeah, you can consider what they're proposing for revisiting the gas station at another point in time. You would probably want to make some sort of specific conditions as part of an action.
I have a question for the applicant team. Martin, were you suggesting that the commission approve everything, the whole site, with the exception of the gas station site, leave that blank, leave that unaddressed?
That's exactly what I'm suggesting. Okay. And with whatever additional architectural comments that they had, that we'd work through those, and then, you know, this long process and different opinions, the developer would go away with something. The biggest issue through this whole process has been the gas. We could revisit that and hopefully come up with something better for the neighborhood if it prevails.
Okay. We're not going to take questions from the audience, but certainly an audience member could talk to the applicant and try to communicate something through him.
Jan, are you
Mr.
sure we
Wood-
can't do that? I would really like to hear what he says.
No, we're not doing it. He can talk to the applicant and then bring it back. And my understanding, Mr. Wood, go ahead.
That's not opening public comment.
No, I'm not
no,
opening public
okay.
comment. We're talking to Mr. Wood.
Okay. Well, should we discuss this as a commission? I mean, we were proposed something. I feel like we should have
Yeah.
some conversation about
Let's
it.
realize that we need to provide direction now. It's not a case of our going off and having little ad hoc conversations with the applicant, right?
Are you saying that I did?
No, I'm saying generally. I'm looking at you, but I don't. It's because I'm tired and I'm caught your eye. So
I support that recommendation. Your wrap-up I found to be helpful for me.
Okay.
And, the two things that I'm struggling with, hopefully we'll have an opportunity to address. That said, it does make me uncomfortable carving out this piece, knowing that, it feels like kind of bad land use planning, because maybe that's not where it should live. I'm a little nervous with that. But if this is a way we can land at, kind of not a compromise, but a way to keep moving forward in a positive way.
Okay, yeah. And you were talking about something along the lines of what Mr. Bauman had in his letter, correct? He had a paragraph.
Yeah, and per my conversation with Mr. Bauman, he said his direction that the HOA would very much like to work with the developer on that concept, if not overstating, so.
I'm going to ask for kind of some guidance from staff, but it sounds like the developer would rather work something out, have a continuance to allow them to work something out.
And I would also add, it's not just, we're obviously going to work with staff. We're not leaving you guys out.
I'm not sure we're clear if they're asking to continue and bring this back to the commission, or if they're asking you to approve a project that excludes a gas station and allows for staff or review of architecture.
We're asking for either, if we're offering an exclusion of the gas station for a vote and hopefully approval tonight, and if that's not the case, if that's not a consensus between the planning commission as a good idea, I guess we would want to vote.
Does that still leave them leeway to address articulation, color, and height?
I think they said they would work with staff on that, and maybe we can look at that condition of approval and make sure it includes everything it needs to include.
Yeah, I mean, as a commission, you can decide that staff is the appropriate reviewer for changes in architecture, or you could require that one component come back to the commission for your approval.
Yeah, I like that, but I also, I want to be clear on what we're saying and doing and these conditions. I mean, I think it's a great compromise. I think it does address a lot of these concerns, both from the neighborhood and people that are outside the neighborhood who have come to the meeting and written letters, kind of this intensity of uses, that location. That doesn't mean I think it should be like this blank slate. I mean, I think we could say yes, but if they wanted to come back with the gas station, this is where I'm a little unsure. If they did want to come back with the gas station, we need to review it. But are there other uses that we aren't thinking about that we might not be comfortable with? And I don't know. I mean, without knowing, that's sort of like, I don't want to open the door to something. I'd like to be clear on what is being considered. That hasn't been shared.
I think procedurally, I think what I'm hearing, and I think that a way you could do this is that they're requesting that you approve the project as submitted in its current form, with the exception of the gas station site, that you essentially take no action on that site whatsoever, thus allowing them to continue to work with staff on that, but not requiring an entirely new application, I think. I think that's the idea. Or do you want it to be a new application? So that there would be no guarantees of any kind coming from the dais about what might or might not be approved in the future with respect to the gas station site. I mean, I think what they're asking for is just a decision on everything but, and you would be making no promises about what might come in the future for that site. And it's worth pointing out that the makeup of the commission could change at some point. Perhaps before this comes back. I mean, depending on who becomes on the council and whether they decide to retain Chair Zabriskie, it could be essentially a different planning commission. The applicant, I'm sure, understands that. But I think that's the idea. So they're asking, just give us a yes or no on most of it. And then the quid pro quo is, yeah, but we're not making any promises whatsoever about the future on the gas station site. So it could be that it could be that they come back and say gas station, you say no. It could be they want something else and you say no or yes. Just, I think the motion would have to make that clear if there's going to be a motion.
How about some draft language? Are you able to throw some draft language together that says we approve the project, except we're excluding the gas station?
And to be clear, the gas station, car wash, convenience store.
Well, and do we need to discuss any of the other things?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because I have a list of kind of like little things. Maybe it's not a consensus, but I don't want to just move forward with this without having more conversation.
Yeah, I mean, that essentially would be a motion that we can give to you where you say you would be approving the project, excluding the gas station, convenience store, and car wash. And then you'd have a condition specific to the architecture for the hotel. And then whatever other modifications to the conditions of approval that staff has recommended, or if you want to change anything else in the findings, you would do that, and we would have that as part of the motion.
I just want to say I think it's an incredibly generous offer, and I appreciate the effort that you are putting into this a lot. And I do really sympathize with the feeling of being a little shanghaied, and yes, I appreciate your efforts, so thank you.
I support what Danielle just said.
So do I.
Yeah, I do. What about the setbacks? Or I had written a note about the TTUSD requests. Is that off the table? Do we want to, there's the transit station, the pull out, but they also had flashing crosswalks at Hennis and Edwin and the roundabout. I really like that. It makes me feel better from a public safety standpoint. This is a pedestrian-oriented development with connectivity. Okay. But I want to be on the same page. I don't want to just say, yay, we approve with no gas station, car wash, convenience store, but not have an answer on these other things.
In this particular situation, I'm fine trusting them to proceed as they've indicated they would with the school district. Alternatively, we can make it a condition.
Okay, anyone else?
Well, they've currently agreed to the pullout. They haven't agreed to the flashing lights. We sort of run into an issue with engineering before when we've asked for flashing lights at crosswalks. Do you have any input on that, staff?
I read the TTUSD's letter to list out 4 different alternatives to consider, not necessarily recommending that all get implemented, but maybe I was misinterpreting the way the letter was written.
Can we pull that up? I did write notes from that, and I thought that it was these suggestions. I'd like the flashing light sign specifically at the roundabout crosswalk.
Can I interject for a moment? So this is something that they're proposing as part of their project description. This isn't a condition of approval. There isn't, since they are existing conditions, it is not something that we can require them. This is just something that they're proposing to offer to the town to help alleviate TTUSD's existing conditions.
So we couldn't have a condition that it's subject to an agreement with TTUSD?
There's a proposed condition in a recommended condition in my presentation today that says that the design and location is at the review of the town engineer and the and TTUSD, but the actual requirement for it is part of their project description and is part of their public improvements, since that is part of their proposal.
And what we could do is in the resolution, we could have under the whereas where it describes their project, include that as part of the description.
It would be difficult to completely give TTUSD a veto to require that whatever the applicants do obtain TTUSD approval, because they may ask for something for which there's no nexus.
Yeah.
Can I offer clarity
Please.
on what we're offering?
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, I think our ownership group was very gracious in the fact that they saw the letter and said, yeah, let's put the turnout in. Adding flashing lights and all those additional things, I would offer, if we were just removed a significant amount of traffic that's going to enter the project, maybe some of the other parcels in Grace Crossing might add to some of the improvements that are going to be impacts.
I appreciate that, Martin. I do. I'm just want to go through my list, but I do see that, and maybe someone else can add the light at the roundabout. I'm okay. Setbacks, making it 20 feet versus 14. Any thoughts or care?
Yeah, I like the 20, but did they agree to that? I think they did.
Yeah. Okay. Martin's, yeah. The 20-foot versus 14-foot setback. Just
we can accommodate the 6
the
feet.
Screening, okay.
If you agree with that, that's fine.
Great. I think that my concern over the location of the fourplex is less valid now. I feel like it's not right next to the gas station.
I agree.
Okay. And then there was the bike path, sidewalk on 89. Where are we with that?
It sounds like I can't require it because it's not their property.
Okay.
Dadgummit.
Okay. Well, I feel good moving forward with what Danielle had said. We've removed the gas station, convenience store, and car wash. I think this is a really impressive display of compromise and addressing community and planning commission concerns and bigger quality of life, community character concerns. So I would go ahead and make a motion to approve the project as amended. Do I need to be specific?
I think Amy's typing some up for information for you, but this would be the amended resolution 2019-17. We also want to be explicit in the description of the project that they're offering the bus turnout. And then Amy, do you have other from your staff report? She's going to pull it up.
Did we want to see the hotel come back to us or to the staff? I don't think we confirmed that.
I'm fine with it going to the staff if it is meeting the actual specific plan requirements.
Okay.
Yeah. Are we comfortable with 129 units?
I am. I think it's it's part of the compromise. There is a public benefit being provided, especially with state safety, I think.
I agree.
So should I start reading this?
You don't have to read it all. If you're in agreement with it, you would just say you're amending your motion based on Amy's description on the screen.
One item that wasn't discussed was the use of the live work, uncoupling them and using the additional parking requirement of up to 269 spaces.
I support that.
And then there was also the question of, I don't remember at the moment.
The reduced parking and the uncoupling and the
uncoupling, the garage parking.
I don't love that, but.
The garage parking would have been required if it was termed an attached unit versus a loft unit. I'm all right with uncoupling it, calling it a loft. That seems to be compliant with the specific plan to me.
Yeah, I agree.
We were supposed to talk about the sign program as well.
Oh, well, my big issues were really around the gas station signage and not so much with the hotel. So I feel comfortable. What do you guys think?
So we have a motion out that Commissioner Riley's put out there, and are you amending it as Yumi's described on the screen?
Okay, yeah, who wants to make a motion?
Well, I made a motion.
Nikki made one.
I'll
Okay.
second.
Oh,
Okay,
Wait,
can
hold
we
on.
do-
What is the trail amendment? Are these were there before?
The trail amendment was proposed within the presentation, which is that additional off-site trail from the bridge to the east.
Got it. Right. Thank you.
And then there was some discussion last meeting about timing and phasing of the project, if there was any interest in that.
That was in condition of approval 60 already.
Yes, there was a requirement for a plan prior to building permit issuance, but if there was any consideration by Planning Commission to require some more parameters, that's at your discretion.
Mr. Wood, do you have any suggestions on the phasing? The project needs to build the affordable housing in proportion to the rest of the development. Because you have both a mixed use, residential and commercial, it becomes a little more complex. I'm giving you an opportunity to suggest how we should go about determining proportionality.
I think the fair way and the way that I think staffs on other projects has been most comfortable with is we build as we go. You know, we basically, as we bring market units to market, we bring the affordable at the same pro rata percentage.
Okay, well, you have a mixed-use development, and the proportionality, I believe, is proportionate to the project overall. Is that right? Isn't that what the development code reads?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's a fair approach, and as far as the other improvements, they're going to coincide with how we serve the projects, you know.
Do we do it by square footage? Is that a simple way to do it?
I would just say at 20% of the market rate units that we bring to, we'll just keep it a straight percentage, make sure we stay ahead of it.
So you're just talking about the residential development. I'm concerned about the commercial. The commercial brings in the employment and the increased demand for affordable housing, right?
I think it's.
So
I wouldn't
One's on top of the other,
I
though.
wouldn't exclude one from the other. I think the proportionality is good. With the market comes the affordable.
With the market rate housing units or with the?
Yes.
Yeah, my point is the commercial's what creates the demand for housing because you have more employees with no
But I
place.
don't think that housing is gonna, or that employment will necessarily house the people.
Jan, can you?
Well,
conceptually.
I just don't think that, yeah.
Jan, can you tell me what
Hotel
you're worried
workers
about?
aren't gonna be
Are you worried
renting.
about them building the houses and not the commercial? Or the
Reverse.
commercial and not
I'm worried
the?
about the affordable housing lagging behind, getting caught in some kind of induced recession.
Can I interject?
Yes.
I think what you're getting at is we don't want like the hotel being constructed and you don't have affordable units coming forth. So why don't we would offer that if for some reason the hotel was one of the first components to come out, at a minimum, the fourplex with the 4 deed restricted units would be coupled with that at a minimum. Otherwise, we will stay 20% ahead of the residential units being brought. I think that's easy for staff to track, and it shows that affordable housing is being brought forward with the project.
Okay, the only problem with that is that I think the development code talks about the affordable housing being in proportion to the development, not to other residences.
And that's why I picked the fourplex, because that's almost half of our deed restricted units that we'd be bringing forth with one element. That's what I thought was fair, but I'm open to other suggestions.
And the hotel will be the largest employee generation or
Right.
generator. I think it makes sense. Did we establish
Let's do that at a minimum.
a time
So that would
frame?
be no C of O for the hotel until there's C of Os issued for the fourplex, right?
That's fair.
Okay.
And is this in perpetuity? We're deed restricting the units?
What's the town's policy on that? Do you guys have a 30-year horizon on that? That's what we would want.
Restriction would be in perpetuity.
That's what I
Okay,
thought.
well, whatever town code requires.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you, Martin. Okay, so
Thank
we're,
you for reminding me.
So we're back to the motion that Commissioner Riley made and have subsequently amended a couple times now. So can you confirm, Commissioner Riley, that this is the motion that you're making?
Ooh. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Do we need to state that it's in perpetuity or no?
No.
That's just, okay, great. I make a motion to approve the project as proposed at tonight's meeting with the following amendments that are listed on the screen.
And I'll second that.
How can we do a roll call?
Commissioner Tarnay.
Yes.
Vice Chair Hall.
Yes.
Chair Zabriskie. Commissioner Riley.
Yes.
Commissioner Gove is noted absent.
Okay, we're ready to move on to the next agenda
Amy's going
item.
to tell you about the appeal period
Oh,
first.
appeal period. Oh, yes. Okay. I know.
As noted earlier, the appeal period for this decision ends on August 30th, 2019 at 5 p.m.
Go to 7-Eleven.
Thank you, Yumi. Okay, the next item's agenda item 7.1.
I make a motion to move it to a later date and time.
If you could make it to a date and time certain to the next September meeting, that would be okay with staff, I believe.
I think that would be wonderful.
There's room on the agenda for that.
There
Okay.
is. It'll be all code that night.
All code.
Okay, so we have a motion. I'll second it.
Yeah. Oh, that's my
That was your motion again, yeah.
Yeah. Do we need a roll call or? I think everyone's
Why not?
falling
Let's do a roll
asleep.
call and get out of
Yes.
here.
Commissioner Tarnay.
Yes.
Vice Chair Hall.
Yes.
Chair Zabriskie.
Yes.
And Commissioner Riley.
Yes.
Okay, we have, no, don't leave. Okay. Staff reports, none. Information items. Commissioners want to report on anything of note?
I'm headed to Burning Man on Friday.
One of the comments was about Burning Man.
Was it?
Yeah.
Something
Consider
about
the traffic
coming
from
back
Burning
the
Man.
gas station.
Oh, yes, that's right. Yeah, see?
They'll need to fill up.
Whoa.
Okay.
Yep.
That's it? Oh, Jerusha?
No reports. I guess I want to talk about vice chair. I think I want to resign from that position.
Okay. We could agendize that for the next meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're right there, Jan. Commissioner reports. I already talked about the meetings that I had this week. And I want to say that I had the honor to serve on jury duty here in town, and it was really interesting, and it was 3 days. So, yay, civic duty. I would also like to try and remind everyone to vote for our special election happening. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, I have nothing. Jerusha, do you have anything else? What'd you do?
I don't. No, I don't.
Shoot, Nikki? No? Okay.
I could come up with
I know.
something, but I won't because I want to go
know.
home.
7-Eleven. We'll talk about that often. Okay, this meeting stands adjourned.